you were taught to hold on. Hold the plan, hold the image, hold the future until your fingers ache. But listen closely. The night is never asked to hold the stars in place, and still they rise and fall without shattering the sky. What if your peace begins the instant you loosen your grip on what never belonged to your hands? Consider the quiet hour before dawn. The city is a dim constellation of windows, breaths, and waiting. In that hush, the mind tries to rehearse outcomes like a director who demands certainty from an improvisation. We confuse rehearsing with resilience. We tell ourselves that if we anticipate every turn, we will be spared. Yet the road does not change because we draw it on paper. It bends where it must. The Buddha's wisdom enters here like a lantern suffering blooms where grasping tightens. The more we clutch, the more life burns our palms, not because life is cruel, but because we treat flowing water like a brick we're supposed to carry. Let me ask you gently, honestly, how many of your late-night spirals were born from trying to hold the wind still? The message of this journey is not apathy. It is skillful release. Loosen without abandoning care. Love without making a cage of your love. Work without kneeling before outcomes. This is not a retreat from life. It is the art of walking through it unarmored and awake. Imagine a rope trailing into a river. A person grips the rope because the current frightens them. The river tugs, the rope burns, the body strains. They call the pain life, but the pain is the friction between fear and flow. Let go or be dragged is not a threat. It is a map. Uncurl the hand a little, then a little more. Discover that the water holds as surely as your fist, and more gently. We start with one rule. Release what isn't yours to steer. You are not the weather. You are the sky that makes room for it. Storms don't ask your permission. They also don't define your horizon. When anger rises like summer thunder, let it roll across the wide plain of awareness. When regret crowds the doorway, bow and let it pass. Observing is not indifference. It is intimacy without imprisonment. The monk does not flee the market's noise. He listens so completely that nothing sticks. This is the first training to see without swallowing. Thoughts announce themselves like vendors, urgent, persuasive. Buy me, believe me, wear me as your identity. The practice is to smile and keep walking. Name them softly, worrying, rehearsing, blaming, hoping. Each label places the thought in the palm of your hand instead of letting it sit on your chest. And once it is in your palm, you can choose. You can set it down. There is a myth that peace belongs to those with quiet lives. But monasteries exist in the same world as traffic and taxes. Peace is not the absence of noise. It is the absence of ownership over the noise. You are not obligated to purchase every emotion that passes through your shop. Take what nourishes, leave what corrodes. That too is compassion. A story for your pocket. A traveler carried a sealed jar on every journey, believing it held the fortune of safe passage. One day, on a rickety bridge, the jar slipped and cracked. The traveler froze certain the road ahead had been cursed, but the bridge held. The sky kept moving. The feet kept walking. Only later did the traveler learn the jar had always been empty. We break so many empty jars. We fear their shatter as if it is our own. Beliefs about how things must be, how I must be, how you must be, are jars we defend with our lives. When they fall, we discover the road was carrying us the whole time. To live this way requires a gentle courage, the courage to ask in the heat of panic, what exactly am I holding? Often it is not the event, but the commentary. A bramble of shoulds, a script inherited from yesterday's fears. Hold the moment, not the story. Hold the breath, not the verdict. This is how we step out of the quicksand of overthinking. We place our feet on the earth of what is here now, sound sensation, a single inhale that does not require our control to arrive. Let us make it practical. The next time uncertainty leans over your shoulder, do 3 things. First, feel your feet, actual feet inside your shoes or against the floor. Bring the cathedral of awareness down from the forehead into the soles. Second, soften the jaw and name the weather tightness, anticipation, fear. Third, ask the question that cuts chains. If I release my need to control this outcome, what kind action remains? Notice the rhythm release, then respond. Not react. Respond. A response grows from spaciousness. A reaction erupts from captivity. When you stop demanding guarantees, your attention becomes a blade that doesn't wound it. Harvests. You cut through excess motion. You discover the thin, bright line between what is yours and what is not. Your effort is yours. Your sincerity is yours. The result belongs to the field of conditions timing other people's choices. The rain. Non-attachment is not laziness. It is the most disciplined form of love. It protects the heart from corrosion and leaves the hands free to work. There will be resistance. Part of you will whisper that letting go is losing. Let that part speak, then ask it tenderly. What are you protecting? You will hear the small voice of a child who learned that control meant safety. Bow to that child. Promise them a different refuge, not in predicting everything, but in being with anything. Refuge in breath and presence in the plain miracle that you can feel the air, move, and call it enough for this moment. Simplicity helps. Complexity is often camouflage for fear. We add tasks, explanations, rehearsals to conceal a single truth we are afraid to meet the day as it is. Clear the table. Close the extra windows, both on your screen and in your mind. Do one thing like it matters, because it does. Water the plant without also solving your whole life. Answer the message without also inventing tomorrow's conversation. The lotus rises not from many ponds, but from one. Protect your flame. Not every doorway deserves your footsteps. Not every conflict deserves your eloquence. Draw a thin, compassionate circle around your time and attention. When something asks to enter, ask it back. Will you leave me lighter? If not, may it be blessed on its way elsewhere. Boundaries are not walls. They are walls with gates that you open with discernment. Compassion without wisdom exhausts itself. Wisdom without compassion hardens. We are learning the middle way. Soft spine, clear eyes, open gate, careful key. What of surrender? If the word tastes bitter, rinse it with truth. Surrender is not collapse. It is alignment. It is the branch that yields and therefore does not break. We do not stop rowing because the current exists. We stop arguing with the river while we row. In that ceasefire with reality, power returns to the only place it ever lived, your next wholehearted stroke. And what of being right? There is a mountain of bones built from victories that cost a person their peace. Ask yourself, what is this argument buying me? If the receipt lists only agitation, trade it for silence. Silence is not defeat. It is unpurchased turmoil. One soft sentence can redeem an afternoon. Often, it is just 3 words. You may be right. Watch the ego protest. Then watch the body relax. We will walk this path in 40 steps, each one a small surrender. Today, we begin with the hand that loosens the eye that watches the breath that returns. You do not need a throne to be sovereign over your inner world. You need a chair, a breath, and the willingness to let what passes pass. In that willingness, your life lightens, not because storms stop, but because you stop saying, "They are you." When the mind surges tonight, remember the rope and the river. Remember the empty jar. Remember that the sky has never mistaken a cloud for itself. Let the body grow wide and kind. Let thought weather itself out. Let love stay not as a chain, but as an atmosphere. And when the dawn finds you, it will not be because you forced the sun. It will be because you made room for light. There is a way to sit in the center of your life, like a lighthouse steady beam, turning slowly, indifferent to the waves' opinions. Ships signal storms, insist gulls cry, and still the light keeps its rhythm. You are not the sea, you are the lamp. Most days we forget and invest in every wave as if its foam were our identity. The training now is simple and exquisite. Remain lit. Start with the oldest instrument you own: attention. It is the chisel that reveals the statue hidden in the stone of habit. Point it toward the breath and the room changes temperature. Point it toward a grievance and the room fills with smoke. We are not commanded to ignore pain. We are invited to attend wisely. Awareness is like clear water. Whatever you drop into it, it reflects without clinging. Drop a blue stone, blue appears. Remove the stone, the water clears on its own. The modern mistake is stirring the water, then blaming it for being cloudy. Picture a calligrapher preparing blank paper. Ink, brush, breath. One stroke too hurried becomes a snare, so she waits not idly, but intimately, feeling the paper's tooth, the brush's weight, the pulse in her thumb. Then a single line flows like a river taught by mountains. This is responding, not reacting. Reaction is ink flung by a startled hand. Response is art grown from waiting. A story for the spine. In a small village, a bell maker was famous for the resonance of his bronze. One season, the metal came out dull. He hammered harder, furious, and the bells only cracked. An elder visited and said, "You are beating your fear into the bell." The bellmaker paused, let his shoulders fall, and listened not to the metal, but to the silence the bell wanted to reveal. He adjusted the alloy, softened the fire, and struck with patience. The next bell sang like a winter moon. What changed? Not the world, the hand that struck it. Your mind, too, can learn to strike more gently. When criticism arrives, you do not need to swallow it whole or spit it back like sparks. Hold it up to the light. What is useful? Keep that grain. What is projection? Let it sail to its owner. This is the art of observe without absorbing. The sky holds the thunder, yet never becomes thunder. You can witness anger without wearing it like armor you sleep in. To practice, try the 3 courtesies the next time heat rises. First courtesy to your body, relax the brow, tongue, and hands. The body is the drum skin. Tension is the tightness that distorts every note. Second courtesy to the moment, say inwardly, "This is here." Naming is respect. Reality loosens when acknowledged. Third courtesy to choice, ask, "What would steadiness do?" Not, "What do I feel like doing?" Feelings are weather. Steadiness is climate. Boundaries return here as quiet architecture. Imagine your day as a temple courtyard. Many feet will pass through. Not every visitor should enter the inner hall. Some conversations belong at the outer gate, brief, kind, complete. Some invitations belong on the wind, heard, bowed to, released. Your datebook is not sacred simply because it is busy. Sacred is what leaves you honest and alive. If you must place a small sign in the mind, "Peace at work, please knock," you'll be surprised how many disturbances forget why they came. There is also the courage of narrowing your care. A garden overplanted becomes a thicket where nothing ripens. A wise gardener prunes, not because she hates branches, but because she loves fruit. Choose 3 plots this season. The relationships you will water the craft. You will tend the practice that will keep your hands soft. Let the rest be field. A future season may claim them, but not this one. The candle cannot light the city, and it does not need to. Some will say this is selfish. Return to intention. The river that tries to irrigate every hillside becomes a swamp. The river that honors its banks reaches the sea and rains everywhere. Your restraint today is someone's rainfall tomorrow. What of the inner narrator, the tireless accountant of slights and futures? Treat it as a librarian, not a king. Let it sort, label, and shelve, but never let it write the laws of your life. When the old stories rise, I always fail. They never understand. If I don't push, everything collapses. Place a bookmark called, "Is this currently true?" Check the scene, not the myth. Often you will find the book open to a chapter that ended years ago. Another image to tuck behind your ribs. A fisherman rows before dawn. He lowers his net and waits. He does not thrash the water for speed. Thrashing only scares fish and tires arms. He watches the faint lines on the surface, the slight pulling against his palms. When the net grows heavy, he lifts with his whole back, not panic, not haste. So it is with decisions. Drop attention. Wait. Feel for the honest tug. Pull when pulled. The catch is better than any you could chase. Simplicity will feel like loss at first, because noise has been a long-time companion. It filled the quiet where fear asked its questions. Let the questions come. Who am I without the scramble? If I'm not fixing, am I failing? Meet them with the posture of a mountain-weathered patient. You may discover that beneath the scramble was a steady, unadorned capacity to love and to do the next sane thing. This is not smaller than ambition. It is the soil that lets worthy ambition take root. On days when sorrow visits, and it will give it tea, let it sit by the window and tell its story. Do not decorate the room with catastrophe or bolt the door against feeling. In the middle way, you host like a good friend, present, warm, unentangled. When sorrow has said enough, it will leave without theft. When joy visits, treat it the same. The host is the practice. The guests are seasons. You may wonder, if I let go this much, will I care at all? Yes, more, not less. Care becomes precise. You will notice the way sunlight gathers on a bowl and think, enough. You will hear a child's question and actually answer it. You will write the email. You mean, not the one you perform. You will apologize without adding weather reports about your intentions. This is the elegance of non-attachment love, without leash work, without chains presence, without theater. As you meet conflict, carry this koan. Do I want peace or proof? Proof that I am right, proof that I am worthy, proof that I cannot be ignored. Proof is an expensive habit. Peace is paid for in pauses. When the debate heats like iron, lay it on the anvil of breath. 3 inhales, 3 exhales. In that cooling, you may discover the sentence that saves everyone time. Let's find what we both care about. Often it is not the point, but the person. Not the victory, but the village. If the mind argues, but the world is on fire, remember, stillness is not complicity. Stillness is the firefighter's stance before entering the door. Feet set, air steady, plan clear. We act better when we are not busy proving that we are acting. Let's set one small ritual to anchor this teaching. Twice a day, morning and evening, step outside or to a window. Place one hand on the chest, one on the belly. Count 7 breaths as if you were counting coins. You will spend wisely, one for attention, one for kindness, one for courage, one for boundaries, one for simplicity, one for truth, one for rest. On the exhale of the seventh breath, ask, what is mine to carry? Trust the first quiet answer. Live by it for the next hour. Repeat. If you forget because people forget, smile and start in the middle. There is no penalty for remembering late. The Buddha called this beginning again, which is just another name for mercy. You are not behind. You are alive. And if tonight the lighthouse feels faint, do not scold the lamp. Clean the glass. Trim the wick. Remove one obligation that is performance dressed as duty. Say a single, honest no. Drink water. Put the phone in a drawer like a sleeping bird. Sit for 5 minutes and let awareness make a room in you where things can come and go without theft. Tomorrow, the beam will turn again. You do not have to master the ocean. You only have to remember you are light. Somewhere in you there is a river that remembers how to flow. It does not rush, it does not bargain with rocks, and it never asks permission from the mountain to keep moving. It simply follows its nature to flow, to sing, to carve through stone with patience, not force. The world will try to make you forget that nature. It will hand you calendars filled with noise maps made of expectations and ask you to run faster than your own breath. But a river does not run to arrive. It runs because movement is its way of praying. Today, we walk deeper into that remembering. The art of flowing without losing form. The lesson of letting life sculpt you without mistaking every chisel for cruelty. The Buddha called it the middle path, not the numbness of detachment, nor the chaos of indulgence, but the quiet strength of balance. The middle path is not a thin line to walk, but a wide field where acceptance and clarity dance. Consider a bamboo grove in a storm. The tall grasses bend, bow, even kiss the ground under the weight of wind. But when the storm passes, they stand again, untouched at their root. The trees that refuse to bend are the ones that broke. So it is with us. We often think resilience means holding the same shape through every season. But true resilience means becoming whatever the moment requires. Soft, strong, still, or swift, and trusting that no shape can erase who you are. There's a story of an old monk who sat beside a cracked clay pot. Every day he would pour water into it though the pot leaked. A young disciple, puzzled, asked, "Master, why do you fill what cannot hold?" The monk smiled, because each drop that falls on the earth feeds the roots below. The pot's weakness is its way of giving. Our cracks are not failures. They are channels through which compassion flows. When you stop demanding perfection of yourself or others, you start seeing the quiet generosity hidden in imperfection. Let's look at control again, but with softer eyes. Control is often a disguise for fear. Fear that life will forget you if you don't shout your name into the void. But life doesn't need your control to remember you. It has always known you. You are written into its rhythm, into the breath of dawn, into the pulse behind every heartbeat that's ever loved and lost and dared again. You do not hold the river holds you. Try this practice when anxiety grips. Imagine you are standing under rain. Every drop that lands on you is a thought, a worry, an expectation. Notice how the rain touches, then rolls away. You do not have to collect it in jars. Let it fall. Let it pass. The rain does not stay because the sky never clings to what it creates. Be like the sky. In the modern world, we confuse vigilance with wisdom. We think if we monitor every possibility, we'll be safe. But watchfulness without stillness becomes paranoia. The eye that never rests eventually stop seeing. Wisdom begins when attention softens into presence. You start noticing small miracles, the warmth of tea in your hands, the quiet hum of morning traffic, the sound of your own heartbeat syncing with the rhythm of life itself. Nothing extraordinary, yet everything alive. Ask yourself, how often do I live as if life is a problem to solve rather than a mystery to live? The mind wants solutions. The heart longs for connection. Between the two is the bridge of mindfulness, the place where you stop fixing and start listening. When you listen deeply, life begins to speak again, not through grand revelations, but through simplicity. Through the way sunlight falls on your desk, through the scent of rain before it comes through, a silence that no longer feels empty. You may wonder, what does letting go really mean in daily life? It means allowing events to unfold without declaring them enemies or saviors. It means not rushing to label every outcome as good or bad. The mind labels to feel in control. The awakened mind sees beyond labels. It watches, learns, and allows. A delayed flight, a harsh word, a broken plan. Each can be a teacher if you listen instead of react. Every irritation is a mirror reflecting where you still cling. Non-attachment at its heart is not detachment from love, but purification of it. It's love without ownership, compassion without exhaustion, care without chains. It's saying, I will walk beside you without the silent demand, but you must walk my way. It's trusting that what's meant to stay will stay, and what's meant to leave was never yours to keep. The lotus blooms, not because it traps the sunlight, but because it opens to receive it. Be that open. In this openness, boundaries still matter. A river is free, but it needs its banks to sing. Freedom without form is chaos. Form without freedom is prison. You can say no and still love deeply. You can rest and still care. You can withdraw without resentment. The Buddha taught that compassion without wisdom leads to suffering, and wisdom without compassion leads to emptiness. So we walk the middle, where kindness meets clarity. A short parable for the heart. A traveler carried 2 jars, one whole, one cracked. Every day as he walked the dusty road, the cracked jar leaked water. It felt ashamed. I fail you, it said. But the traveler smiled. Look behind you. Along the path bloomed wildflowers where the drops had fallen. The cracked jar finally saw its worth. So it is with you. Your leaks, your past wounds, your moments of breaking may be watering something beautiful you cannot yet see. Stop apologizing for being human. Even the sky rains to renew itself. Now about peace, it is not the opposite of pain. It is the presence of understanding within it, the calm in the center of the cyclone. Peace isn't an outcome, it's an orientation. It's what happens when you stop insisting that life be other than it is. When I accept myself, I am freed from the burden of becoming someone else, said the Buddha. To accept doesn't mean to approve, but to acknowledge reality as it stands. Only from there can you move wisely. Try this contemplation before sleep. Sit upright, close your eyes, and trace the day backwards from this moment to morning. Watch each event rise and dissolve like ripples fading on water. Do not fix, analyze, or judge. Just observe. You'll see that even the most painful moments begin to lose their claws when seen with awareness. This is the mind returning to its natural clarity. Clouds can only stay if the sky forgets its vastness. To live mindfully is to live deliberately, not in haste, but in harmony. Respond, don't react. Reaction is the echo of conditioning. Response is the voice of presence. When insulted, you can pause. When uncertain, you can breathe. When joyful, you can simply be. You are no longer dragged by the world. You walk with it. And slowly, life changes, not because the chaos disappears, but because you are no longer measuring peace by the absence of storms. You have learned to dance in the rain, to bow before uncertainty, and to let the river carry what you no longer need to row against. You do not need to conquer your mind. You only need to stop treating it like an enemy. So tonight, when you lie down, let this truth settle in your chest like a soft stone. You were never meant to control the river. You were meant to flow as part of it. To remember that surrender is not defeat. It's the moment the bird trusts its wings enough to stop clinging to the branch. And tomorrow when the sun rises, you will not chase it. You will simply open your eyes and realize it never left. Every dawn is an unopened scroll. You awaken the ink still wet with possibility, but before the first line is read, the mind rushes to scribble its predictions, lists, memories, small rehearsals of control. That is how we miss the miracle of the first breath. It arrives unsummoned proof that life already knows how to live through you. Pause for a moment and listen to what has always been true. You are being breathed. You are not the author of that rhythm. You are the witness of it. The chest rises, falls, and rises again, a tide that does not need your approval. This is what trust feels like, not a belief, but a bodily knowing that the ocean of life will lift you, even when you forget how to swim. The ancient teachers called this suchness the way things simply are before we name them. The flower is not busy proving it's a flower. The moon doesn't ask if it's shining correctly. Only the human heart demands permission to exist, and yet in the silence between thoughts, you glimpse that same effortless being, the peace of the uncontrived. We chase purpose like wind chases dust, believing meaning must be invented. But purpose is not manufactured. It is discovered in presence. When you fully inhabit this moment, not the next one, not the one you wish you could rewrite, meaning unfolds naturally, like fragrance from a blossom that doesn't try. When you let go of forcing your life to be meaningful, it starts to feel sacred on its own. There's a parable whispered across monasteries. A student asked his master, "What is enlightenment?" The master said, "When hungry, eat. When tired, sleep." The student frowned. "But we all do that." The master smiled. "Not quite. Others eat while dreaming of tomorrow and sleep while worrying about yesterday. Simple acts become holy when they are whole. To drink water with complete awareness is to touch eternity. To walk without hurry is to arrive everywhere. The world need not change. Our way of seeing must. When your mind stops leaning forward or backward, the present moment reveals its quiet infinity. Still, the ego resists simplicity. It fears irrelevance. It whispers, "If you stop striving, you'll vanish." But that is illusion speaking. The truth is striving to be someone keeps you from meeting the one who's already here. The self we defend so fiercely is a costume stitched from memory and comparison. Beneath it lies the naked clarity of awareness, vast, uninjured, free. Imagine the sky trying to improve itself, repaint its blue, adjust its clouds. Absurd, isn't it? And yet that's what we do each day, editing our being as if existence were a performance review. What if today you decided not to improve yourself, but to meet yourself? What if instead of saying, "I must become," you said, "I will simply be"? Try this practice. Sit wherever you are on a chair on the earth, beside noise, beside silence. Let your spine lengthen like a mountain, remembering its height. Feel the breath without steering it. Thoughts will appear: a memory, a plan, a worry. Bow to each and let them pass. Do not wrestle them. Imagine them as travelers at a station, you the platform. Some trains stop, some don't. You are not obliged to board everyone. At first, you'll think you're failing, that stillness means emptiness, that emptiness means boredom. But stay a little longer. In the hollow space where nothing is grasped, everything real begins to glow. You start to hear subtler music, the pulse of your blood, the hum of distant life, the small gratitude hidden in breath itself. That is the sound of returning home. And then comes compassion, not as an effort, but as a natural fragrance of awareness. When you see yourself clearly, your flaws, fears, tenderness, judgment dissolves into empathy. You realize others are not obstacles, only mirrors reflecting the same struggle for peace. Forgiveness becomes less a decision and more a recognition. Ah, you too are learning to be human. A story for this truth. 2 monks watched a scorpion drowning in a stream. One monk scooped it out and it stung him. He cried out, dropped it, and the scorpion fell back in. He reached again, was stung again, and again he saved it. The younger monk said, "Why do you keep rescuing what hurts you?" The elder smiled, "Because its nature is to sting. Mine is to save." To act from compassion is not to be naive. It is to know pain and choose not to multiply it. It is to protect your peace without closing your heart. You can love without letting others dictate the shape of your love. That is wisdom, tenderness with boundaries. In the noise of modern life, it takes courage to live gently. The world mistakes hurry for importance, aggression for strength. But gentleness is not weakness. It is deliberate grace. To move slowly in a fast world is to rebel with elegance. To forgive in a cruel one is to demonstrate true power. Ask yourself now, what kind of strength do I wish to cultivate? The kind that dominates or the kind that liberates? The first builds walls, the second opens doors. The first demands control, the second radiates trust. Choose the strength that allows you to sleep peacefully, not the one that makes others tremble. Notice how peace is built not in grand declarations, but in small, consistent pauses. The pause before replying in anger, the pause before judging, the pause before assuming. These spaces are the cracks through which awareness slips in. Through them, light enters. When you learn to live in pauses, you stop being dragged by time. The clock still ticks, but you are no longer its prisoner. You become like a lake, reflecting clouds moving yet unmoved. The surface ripples. The depth remains untouched. And slowly, the need to control begins to dissolve. You start trusting the invisible rhythm that has carried everything long before you arrived. This is surrender, not defeat, but alignment. To surrender is to say yes to the current of existence and to discover that it was never against you. Tonight, before you close your eyes, whisper to yourself, "May I trust the unfolding. May I let what comes come. May I let what goes go." Repeat it until the body understands what the mind doubts. Let sleep take you like a wave, taking back the shore softly, entirely, without resistance. You are safe in the flow. You have always been. There comes a moment in every seeker's life when silence begins to speak louder than words. It doesn't arrive with trumpets or sudden enlightenment, but through a quiet exhaustion, the soul growing tired of arguing with what is. You stop demanding that things be fair or easy or logical, and instead begin to wonder what they are here to teach. That is the birth of wisdom, when pain transforms from punishment into invitation. Look around you now. Every leaf, every wrinkle, every echo of laughter in the street, all of it is impermanent, yet somehow complete in its transience. Nothing holds on, and that is why everything shines. The cherry blossom does not lament its short life. It blooms because blooming is its truth. Can you live that way? Not as a statue of control, but as a blossom of awareness fully alive in the moment that is yours to live, even if the next wind may carry it away. The Buddha once said, "All conditioned things are impermanent, strive on with diligence." Many hear this as resignation, but it is a hymn to freedom. If all things pass, then no sorrow lasts forever, no failure defines you, no joy needs to be clutched to survive. Impermanence is not a thief. It is a gentle teacher showing you that beauty arises not in permanence, but in participation. There's a story told among the elders. A monk once found a cracked mirror in a marketplace. He brought it back to the monastery and polished it daily. One day, a younger monk asked, "Why clean what will never be whole?" The old monk smiled, "Because it still reflects the sky." That's how we practice not to become perfect, but to reflect truth despite our cracks. Letting go, therefore, is not a single act. It's a rhythm. You release, then hold again, then release once more, like waves that kiss the shore and retreat. Sometimes the tide of attachment returns before you notice. That's okay. The work is not to judge the return, but to recognize it, smile, and begin again. Every breath is an opportunity to practice impermanence, to receive and to release without gripping. Try this meditation. Hold something small in your hand, a leaf, a stone, a piece of cloth. Feel its weight, its temperature. Now open your palm slowly and let it rest there. Notice how it remains even without your grip. That is life. Everything that's meant for you doesn't need to be clenched. When the hand softens, the heart follows. Modern minds equate letting go with losing ambition, but non-attachment is not apathy. It's alignment. You can still plant seeds, still build dreams, still walk with purpose. Only now your steps are lighter because you're not dragging the illusion of control behind you. When outcomes don't own you, effort becomes pure, joyful, and free. Think of an archer. The archer trains studies. The wind draws the bow with precision, but when the arrow flies, the archer releases all control. In that moment, they surrender. They trust the alignment between eye breath and bow. Life is like that. You prepare, you act, you release, and then you trust. Peace lives in that release. So much of human suffering is born from the need to force timing. We want things before they're ready. Love, success, understanding. But the fruit that is picked too soon never ripens. It hardens in bitterness. The wise learn to trust the seasons. Not everything delayed is denied. Some blessings are ripening unseen. When you are patient, you are partnering with the rhythm of life itself. Patience is the highest form of faith. It says, "I believe in what I cannot yet see." It's standing by the riverbank, knowing the current will return with what belongs to you, if it's meant to at all. Patience is not waiting passively. It's staying present, actively, fully alive in the space between effort and outcome. A traveler once asked a hermit, "What is the secret of peace?" The hermit answered, "Do one thing at a time completely." The traveler scoffed, "That can't be all." The hermit smiled, "It's everything. When you drink tea, drink tea. When you walk, walk. When you listen, listen. To fragment your attention is to fracture your soul. Wholeness is not found in intensity, but in sincerity. In this way, simplicity becomes your teacher again. We fill our lives with so many possessions and opinions that we forget what it feels like to be light. But the moment you begin to release the unnecessary, the extra commitments, the endless comparisons, the need to prove, a stillness opens inside you. It is spacious, gentle, and familiar, as if you've been homesick for it your entire life. There's a story of a man who climbed a mountain seeking enlightenment. After days of hardship, he reached the summit and found an old monk sitting beside a small pot. The man asked eagerly, "What great wisdom do you keep up here?" The monk looked up, smiled, and said, "I boil water." Confused, the man pressed, "That's it?" The monk nodded. "When I'm thirsty, I drink. When I'm hungry, I eat. When I'm tired, I sleep." The wisdom is not in the mountain, but in how you meet the moment. We live our days searching for grand awakenings, but awakening hides in the ordinary. Every act done with awareness becomes sacred. When you wash a cup, you cleanse not just the glass, but your mind. When you walk with awareness, each step becomes a prayer. Enlightenment is not found at the end of the path. It is the path, the art of being fully here, again and again. As you begin to walk this way, you may notice something subtle. The world softens around you, not because it has changed, but because your gaze has. Where once there was irritation, there is understanding. Where once there was hurry, there is rhythm. Even your sadness becomes tender, less of an enemy, more of a reminder. I have loved deeply, and therefore, I feel deeply. You learn to carry joy and sorrow in the same hand, without one spilling the other. This is the grace of non-attachment, to hold everything gently, knowing it's all borrowed. When you understand impermanence, gratitude stops being an obligation and becomes a reflex. You no longer say, "I must be grateful," you simply are. Every face, every sound, every chance to love feels like a gift that won't last, and that is precisely why it's beautiful. Before you sleep tonight, whisper softly, "Nothing I have is truly mine, and that is my freedom. Everything I love is passing, and that is my gratitude." Then rest, not in control, not in fear, but in trust. The river is still flowing. You are already home. Every dawn is an invitation to begin again, not because yesterday was wrong, but because life is a constant rehearsal for awakening. The world outside may still be tangled in its noise, but inside you, there is a place untouched by all of it. It doesn't grow old, it doesn't break, and it doesn't demand. It simply watches. That is your true home, the silent witness behind your thoughts, your emotions, your victories, and your losses. You have never left it, though you've spent a lifetime searching for it in things that fade. The Buddha called it the unconditioned. It is what remains when everything temporary is removed, like the stillness that lingers after a bell's final ring. You can sense it now between one breath and the next. That pause, that nothingness you overlook is not absence. It's vastness. Peace isn't found by adding more, it's revealed when the unnecessary is gone. Like a sculptor who removes what isn't the statue, you must keep chiseling gently until only truth remains. The mind, however, resists emptiness. It wants to fill the silence with plans, stories, noise. It fears the void because it cannot control it. But the void is not against you. It is the cradle of renewal. Everything real grows from silence, the seed beneath the soil, the breath before the word, the dawn before the day. To sit in stillness is not to withdraw from life, but to return to the ground from which life grows. A parable whispers this truth. A young monk complained, "Master, my meditation is full of distractions." The master said nothing, only pointed to a pond. "What do you see?" "My reflection," the monk replied. The master stirred the water with a stick, and now, nothing but ripples. The master smiled. "Be the pond before the stick." When your mind stops reacting to every disturbance, it naturally clears. Clarity isn't achieved, it's uncovered. You begin to understand that every thought is a guest, not a tenant. Some come politely, others kick the door open. None can stay unless you offer them a bed. The moment you realize this, suffering starts to lose its authority, because pain only persists where attention obeys it. Awareness is not the storm. It's the sky that allows storms to pass through without losing its shape. Here's a practice when a difficult emotion arises: anger, sadness, jealousy. Don't rush to fix or suppress it. Instead, greet it. Say inwardly, "I see you." Feel where it lives in the body, the chest, the throat, the stomach. Let the breath move through that space, as if you were airing a room that has been closed too long. No resistance, no judgment. You will notice something profound. The emotion softens, not because it disappears, but because it is seen. What is seen clearly loses its power to haunt. That's what it means to respond rather than react. Reaction is automatic, blind, born of fear. Response is deliberate, rooted in awareness. Imagine being insulted. The ego rises like a wave wanting to crash. But if you pause even for one conscious breath, you stand outside the wave and see it forming. You might still feel hurt, but now you have choice. You can let the wave pass without dragging others into it. One breath, that's all it takes to turn karma into wisdom. Letting go, then, is not weakness. It's strength disguised as surrender. To resist what you cannot change is to bleed energy into emptiness. To accept it is to reclaim that energy for transformation. Acceptance doesn't mean liking the pain. It means recognizing it as part of the unfolding. The tree does not argue with winter, it trusts the process of shedding. You too must learn the art of wintering. Let the old leaves fall. What is essential will remain. Often the most difficult letting go is of the person we think we must be. We carry this image shaped by family culture, fear, as if it were a debt. We polish it, defend it, exhaust ourselves for it. But beneath that image lives something infinitely freer, a self not defined by achievement or failure. You are not the roles you play, nor the story you tell. You are the awareness that witnesses all of it, the one who was there before you had a name. Try remembering this when the world demands performance. When you're judged, misunderstood, or unseen, whisper inwardly, "I am not this opinion. I am not this fear." Feel the distance open, not as separation, but as liberation. You are the sky, not the weather report. Let life's seasons come and go. The sky remains. A wanderer once asked a hermit, "How do you find peace in solitude?" The hermit answered, "I listen until the noise inside me agrees to be quiet." The wanderer frowned, "And what do you hear then?" The hermit smiled. "Everything. Silence is not emptiness, it's wholeness without commentary. When you stop filling it, you discover it was never void at all. It was alive with presence, with knowing, with love." We think enlightenment is a lightning strike, a single blinding moment. But it's more like sunrise, gradual, inevitable, patient. The night doesn't fight the dawn. It simply fades. You don't force awakening. You make yourself available to it by clearing space. And that space is created through stillness, kindness, and curiosity. Be gentle with yourself. Harshness is just another form of clinging. You may stumble, forget, fall back into old habits of control. That's fine. The Buddha said, "Begin again as many times as necessary. Each return is part of the path. Enlightenment is not a destination. It is the discipline of returning again and again to what is true. Every breath, every moment, every failure is an opportunity to wake up. So tonight, when you close your eyes, don't measure your worth by what you've achieved. Ask instead, was I aware? If even once today you remembered to breathe before reacting, to listen, before judging, to release before clinging, then you practiced awakening." The sky widened even for a second, and that second is eternity in disguise. Because the goal of this path isn't perfection, it's peace. Peace that doesn't depend on circumstances. Peace that survives uncertainty. Peace that shines quietly, even when the world forgets how to be still. You are already walking the way home. Every breath is a step. Every letting go is a door. And every silence is the universe reminding you you were never lost. There comes a season when the heart no longer seeks applause, it seeks peace. The noise of the world begins to sound hollow, not because the world has changed, but because something in you has. You start to crave simplicity, quiet mornings, honest laughter, and the company of your own breath. The journey inward begins, not when you travel far, but when you stop running from yourself. The Buddha once said, "Peace comes from within. Do not seek it without." Those words, simple as rain, hold the medicine for our restless age. We keep searching for calm in success, approval, possessions, chasing one wave after another, hoping one will finally stay. But the ocean cannot be still through effort. It rests in its own depth. So must we. Close your eyes for a moment and imagine standing beside a vast lake. The surface mirrors the sky, pure, unmoving, but beneath the water hums with quiet life. That is how the mind can be, when undisturbed, alive, aware, yet still. You don't silence thoughts by force. You calm the winds that stir them. The lake doesn't fight the storm. It waits for the storm to tire. This waiting is not passive. It is strength in stillness. It's the patience that knows time will reveal what effort cannot. In that stillness, you begin to sense the subtle truth: what you seek has always been seeking you. Peace was never lost. It was simply covered by noise. When the noise falls away, what remains is not something new. It's something ancient, something you've carried since before you had a name. There's a story told of a young man who left his village to find enlightenment. He wandered for years, through mountains, across deserts, through temples and teachers. At last, exhausted and disillusioned, he returned home. His mother, seeing him, said, "You look tired, my son. Sit down and rest." As he sat, he noticed the smell of rice cooking, the laughter of children playing, the sound of wind through the bamboo. In that moment, tears filled his eyes. What he sought in faraway lands was right there, breathing through the life he had abandoned. We often believe awakening requires escape, but awakening only asks for attention. Wherever you are, this very moment can be your monastery. The kitchen sink, the traffic light, the sound of your heartbeat, all are bells calling you to presence. The holy is not hiding, it's simply waiting to be noticed. Try this exercise as you move through your day. Whisper inwardly, "This too is sacred." Washing dishes, sacred. Waiting in line, sacred. Breathing in the smell of rain, sacred. Soon, the ordinary will begin to shimmer with quiet meaning. You'll realize that spirituality isn't a separate life, It's the quality of attention you bring to this one. Attention is love in its purest form. To truly see something without judgment, without hurry, is to love it. Look at a tree until you notice the veins in its leaves, the way light filters through its branches. Look at your own hand until you see the miracle of movement, the story of ancestry in its lines. Look at your reflection until the mind softens and says, "Ah, even here there is grace." In this way, mindfulness becomes devotion, not to a deity, but to existence itself. Every inhale becomes a prayer, every exhale a release. You begin to see that the smallest acts, a smile, a pause, a deep breath, are seeds of awakening. The mind that notices grows lighter, freer, kinder. But the world will test your calm. People will misunderstand. Events will unravel, pain will return. Remember, peace is not the absence of storms, but the ability to remain centered within them. When anger comes, bow to it. When grief visits, offer it tea. These emotions are not enemies. They are weather passing through consciousness. To resist them is to become them. To observe them is to be free. An old Zen saying goes, "You cannot stop the waves, but you can learn to surf." In practice, this means learning to move with life, not against it. When plans fall apart, ask, "What is life teaching me through this shift?" When someone hurts you, ask, "What illusion was I clinging to that allowed this pain?" Questions like these turn suffering into wisdom. They transform wounds into teachers. And as wisdom deepens, compassion naturally blooms. You start to see the struggles of others, not as threats, but as reflections of your own. The person who shouts is drowning in unseen fear. The one who leaves is lost, not cruel. The one who betrays is caught in their own confusion. To understand this is to free yourself from resentment. Forgiveness becomes the only logical response to suffering. Forgiveness is not forgetting. It is remembering without hatred. It's the moment you stop drinking the poison of anger, hoping someone else will die. When you release bitterness, you don't excuse the past, you stop letting it own you. The wound may stay, but the pain loses its authority. Practice this the next time you feel anger rise. Place your hand over your heart. Feel its rhythm. Ask gently, "Can I choose peace instead of being right?" Breathe until the heartbeat slows. Often peace doesn't need words, it needs permission. Then there is gratitude, the twin of forgiveness. Gratitude is how the soul exhales. It's not a reaction to comfort. It's recognition of life's generosity even in discomfort. When you can say thank you, not only for the easy days, but for the days that carved you open, you have found the gate to freedom. A traveler once said to a monk, "You must have everything you need." The monk looked at his empty hands and replied, "Yes, because I need very little." Simplicity is not deprivation, it's precision. It is knowing what is essential and letting the rest fall away. The lighter you travel, the farther you go. So tonight, as you rest, ask yourself, what can I set down? A resentment, a deadline, a fear that's too heavy to carry into tomorrow. Lay it beside your bed like a coat you no longer need. The night will take it. The dawn will return you lighter. And when morning comes before you rise, whisper softly, "Today I will walk gently. I will see the sacred in the ordinary. I will meet life as it is and love it enough to let it change." Peace does not arrive from effort. It flowers naturally when the soil of striving grows quiet. Be that soil. There's a moment before sunrise when the world holds its breath, the darkness not yet gone, the light not yet arrived. In that tender in-between, You can almost hear the pulse of the universe, steady and patient, whispering, "Not everything needs to be decided right now." That pause between night and morning is the same pause you carry inside the stillness before thought, the silence before reaction. Most of us rush past it, but it's in that pause where freedom lives. Each day, we are given thousands of small crossroads to react or to respond, to cling or to release, to rush or to breathe. And each choice, though small, carves the direction of our mind. Life is sculpted not by great declarations, but by the quiet discipline of awareness. When you begin to notice these pauses, those sacred fleeting seconds between impulse and action, you start to live deliberately instead of accidentally. A story for this: a young archer once asked his master how to hit the target perfectly. The master gave him a cup filled to the brim with water and said, "Walk across the courtyard without spilling a drop." The archer did, trembling with concentration. When he returned, the master asked, "What did you see along the way?" The boy replied, "Nothing. I was too focused on the cup." The master smiled. "Exactly. When your attention is whole, everything unnecessary falls away. So too with life. When attention is scattered, you spill yourself everywhere. But when it is gathered, every moment becomes an arrow released from stillness. The heart becomes precise, the mind becomes quiet, and the world once chaotic starts to align itself around your calm. To live this way, begin by simplifying how you meet each moment. Before speaking, breathe. Before judging, see. Before deciding, feel. The modern world rushes you into instant answers, but the soul moves in slow rhythms. There is nothing sacred about speed. Wisdom is born in the spaces where you wait long enough to hear the truth beneath the noise. There's a Buddhist saying, "Don't just do something, sit there." To most, that sounds absurd. Yet every mistake born of haste proves its wisdom. Sitting there doesn't mean doing nothing. It means doing the most important thing, allowing clarity to arrive before you act. Imagine your life as a garden. Thoughts are seeds. Every reaction is a storm. Every calm breath a sunrise. Which garden do you wish to grow? The one choked by weeds of worry, or the one nurtured by quiet care? Every day you water something with your attention. Whatever you water grows. Choose wisely. A master gardener once told his student, "The secret of growth is not adding more water, but removing what blocks the roots from breathing." The same is true for you. Growth is not adding more things, goals or affirmations. It's removing the obstacles that keep peace from breathing inside you. Fear, resentment, comparison. These are the stones choking your roots. Pull them out one by one, gently, with compassion. Comparison, especially, is a thief of presence. When you look at another's path and feel behind, remember every tree blooms in its own season. The oak does not envy the cherry blossom for flowering first. It knows that its strength requires time, that its shade will come later, deeper, lasting longer. Patience is the faith that your timing is not late. It's just uniquely yours. In a world that worships progress, stillness can feel like failure. But the moon doesn't rush to fullness, nor does it apologize for waning. There's wisdom in every phase. The same light that makes it brilliant also lets it disappear. So let yourself be in phase, expanding, resting, fading, returning. No season is wasted when met with awareness. The lesson continues. Observe without absorbing. Life will send you people whose chaos calls for company. Pain loves echo. But remember, you can witness someone's storm without becoming their sky. Compassion doesn't mean drowning with the drowning. It means offering the rope of presence. You can care without carrying. Try this the next time someone's energy overwhelms you. Visualize your breath as a sphere of light expanding around your body, soft, porous, but whole. Let others' emotions pass through it like wind through reeds. You will feel them, but they won't stick. This is not coldness, it is sacred hygiene. Protecting your peace allows your compassion to stay pure. One day you'll realize that not every invitation deserves acceptance. Not every conflict requires attendance. To decline chaos is not indifference. It is devotion to your clarity. When you no longer need to explain your calm, you've begun to understand real freedom. Freedom, after all, isn't doing whatever you want. It's not being compelled by what you don't. It's the ability to stay rooted while the world sways, to choose your inner response when outer events scream for your reaction. The Buddha described it as the unshakable mind, the mind that neither clings to pleasure nor fears pain, that receives both like passing guests. And here's the secret. This strength is built in silence. Sit quietly each day, even for 5 minutes. No goal, no mantra, no effort. Just sit and watch what happens inside you. The rise of thought, the itch of impatience, the sigh of surrender. These are not distractions. They are the curriculum of awareness. With time, you will notice a subtle shift. You stop believing every thought. You stop chasing every emotion. You begin to live from the center instead of the edges. The storm still comes, but now it circles you instead of swallowing you. This is not escape, it's evolution. And when peace starts to settle like dust after long rain, don't be surprised if tears follow. Sometimes stillness feels like sadness at first. That's the residue of all the noise leaving your system. Let it go. You are detoxing from chaos, returning to clarity. There is a Japanese term, ma, which means the space between things, the pause that gives shape to sound, the silence that makes music possible. Your life, too, needs ma. Space between thought and action, space between obligation and rest, space between you and the world's demands. Without that space, even beauty becomes noise. With it, even ordinary life becomes art. So tonight, as you end this day, do not seek to fix yourself. You were never broken, only distracted. Sit quietly. Breathe once for the body, once for the mind, once for the heart. Let the day dissolve like salt in warm water. You are already what you've been seeking. You just needed the silence to remember. When the morning returns, walk softly, speak slowly, listen deeply. Let each step be an answer to the question life is asking. Can you stay awake even here? And when you can even for a breath, you will understand. Enlightenment is not far away. It's the next quiet moment you choose to inhabit fully. There's a saying in the old temples of the East: the quieter you become, the more you hear. But in our world, silence has become rare, almost suspicious. We fill it with songs, notifications, and endless conversations with ourselves. Yet deep within that quiet, beneath the layers of thought and noise, lives the truth that all wisdom springs from. Silence is not the absence of life. It is the womb of it. Imagine standing at the edge of a vast forest. The first thing you notice is not the trees, but the sound between them, the pause between bird calls, the breath of the wind weaving through leaves. That space is not emptiness. It is invitation. The same invitation lives inside you. When you stop filling every corner of your mind, the forest of your being begins to sing. The Buddha compared the mind to a lamp covered in dust. The light has always been there. It only seems dim because of what hides it. We mistake our distractions for life, our fears for purpose, our thoughts for truth. But when we sit long enough, when the dust settles, the lamp shines on its own. Meditation isn't about making the light brighter. It's about seeing that it never went out. A young disciple once asked his teacher, "How do I reach enlightenment?" The teacher replied, "Who told you you're not already there?" The disciple frowned. "But I still feel angry, afraid, lost." The teacher smiled. "Then feel angry, feel afraid, feel lost. Just don't build a house there." That's the heart of practice, to experience fully without imprisonment. We suffer not because pain visits, but because we make it a resident. The mind decorates suffering with stories. This shouldn't have happened. I can't let it go. Why me? Yet suffering left unstoried is just sensation, waves in the ocean of awareness. They rise, they fall, they leave no scar on the water itself. Try this the next time something painful arises, before naming it, before judging it. Simply ask, what does this feel like in my body right now? Don't say sadness or fear. Say tightness in my chest, heat behind my eyes, weight in my stomach. Describe, don't define. This simple act pulls you from the mind into the moment. Pain can only thrive in narrative. In awareness, it dissolves into movement. Modern life, however, thrives on the opposite. It keeps us reacting. Every click, every scroll, every notification, a tug on our attention. We become puppets of stimulation, mistaking motion for meaning. But motion without awareness is just spinning. The Buddha called this samsara, the endless wheel of grasping and aversion. Liberation isn't escaping the wheel. It's realizing you were never attached to its axle. Consider the moon reflected in a pond. When the water is agitated, the moon appears broken, but the moon itself remains whole. The reflection isn't the reality, it's the lens that's disturbed. When your mind is restless, your world looks fractured. But reality hasn't changed, only the surface of perception has rippled. The practice is not fixing the reflection, but stilling the water. A story for you. Once a king asked his advisor to bring him a sentence that would be true in every situation, both joy and sorrow. After many weeks, the advisor returned with a simple line, "This too shall pass." The king smiled, thinking of his suffering ending. But years later, in his happiest moment, those same words made him weep, for he realized that joy too would fade. And yet in that realization, peace arrived, not the fragile peace of control, but the steady peace of understanding. This too shall pass. It sounds like melancholy, but it's liberation. When you accept impermanence, gratitude becomes natural. You stop trying to trap happiness in your hands. You let it rest there like a butterfly, free to land, free to leave. And when sorrow visits you, no longer panic. You offer it a chair, knowing it too will depart. Everything becomes bearable when you stop demanding it stay. The path of mindfulness, then, is not about erasing emotion, but embracing transience. Joy, pain, boredom, longing, all of them are sacred weather patterns moving through the sky of awareness. The mature mind doesn't choose only sunny days. It learns to dance in the rain and rest in the storm. Let's practice presence through the simplest act, breathing. Inhale slowly. Feel the air entering not just your lungs, but your life. Exhale gently. Feel the release, the letting go that mirrors the whole of existence. Each breath teaches the same lesson. Take in what nourishes, release what no longer serves. You've been practicing impermanence since the moment you were born. Every breath, a death and a rebirth. And what of control? It crumbles gently here. You see that the body breathes itself. The heart beats itself. The earth spins without your consent. You are being lived by life more than you are living it. Once you feel this truth, not as philosophy, but as direct experience, your tension begins to soften. You stop trying to be the river and become the current itself. There's a freedom in not being the author of everything. Life writes through you, not against you. When you trust that even pain becomes poetry, even endings hum with grace. The greatest peace is not having all the answers, but resting comfortably in the mystery. A monk once said, "When I stopped trying to become something, I discovered I was everything." In your stillness, that same discovery waits. You are not a drop in the ocean. You are the ocean experiencing itself as a drop. The fear of separation melts, and compassion blooms naturally. For when you realize everything breathes the same breath, how could you ever wish harm? This is the essence of awakening, not floating above the world, but walking through it with eyes wide open, heart unarmored, and mind steady as a mountain. You no longer escape reality. You embrace it, see through it, and love it as it is. So tonight, before you close your eyes, sit for a minute in silence. No music, no mantra, no distraction. Just you and the pulse of your own existence. Let the stillness rise like a tide until it reaches the edges of your thoughts. Feel it wash over you. It's not emptiness, it's home. When the first light of dawn touches your eyelids tomorrow, whisper to yourself, "I will meet this day as it is not as I wish it to be. I will be the sky, not the storm. I will see the truth hidden in silence. And in that seeing, peace will no longer be something you chase. It will be something you remember." There is a moment when the heart, weary of endless wanting, simply stops running. Not in defeat, but in recognition. It sees that the horizon it's been chasing has always been within. That peace was never waiting at the end of achievement, nor hidden in someone's affection, but breathing quietly beneath every inhale, whispering, "I was here all along." Most of us live as if life were a puzzle we must solve. We analyze plan control, hoping that once everything fits perfectly, we'll finally rest. But life isn't a puzzle, it's a dance. And dancing is not about arriving at the last step, it's about moving gracefully through uncertainty. The rhythm changes, the floor shifts. Sometimes you stumble. The point is never perfection, only presence. You see, suffering isn't born from what happens to us, it's born from our resistance to what happens. The rain doesn't cause misery, our demand for sun does. Aging isn't cruel, our obsession with youth makes it so. Loss isn't punishment, it's life's reminder that nothing is truly ours to hold. Once we stop arguing with reality, peace doesn't need to be found. It emerges naturally like sunlight when clouds drift away. A monk once said to his disciple, "Stop trying to calm the storm. Calm yourself, and the storm will pass." It sounds simple, but it's the essence of liberation. The world will always have storms, conflict, change, uncertainty. But when your inner sky is vast, no weather can define you. You learn to watch thoughts the way one watches rain against glass, each drop forming, sliding, disappearing without needing to wipe it away. Try this now. Close your eyes. Imagine you're sitting beside a vast river. The current flows, carrying branches, leaves reflections of clouds. Each leaf is a thought. What if, why me? I should have, I shouldn't have. Watch them drift by. Don't chase, don't reach, just observe. You'll soon notice something miraculous. Even without effort, the river keeps moving. That's your mind when it's not forced. That's awareness in its pure form, clear, flowing, alive. And yet, even as we learn to let go, the heart clings in subtle ways. We cling not only to people or possessions, but to pain, to identity, to stories that justify our suffering. This happened to me, therefore I am broken. I failed once, therefore I am unworthy. But these are clouds pretending to be mountains. Touch them, and they vanish. Who would you be without your stories? What would remain if you stopped describing your scars and started feeling the space beneath them? Freedom is not the erasure of the past. It's the gentle knowing that the past no longer controls you. Each moment you awaken to this truth, another chain falls silently to the ground. There's an old parable. A traveler carried a heavy pack up a long mountain road. When asked what was inside, he said, "Everything I might need, my regrets, my fears, my expectations." A wise woman on the path smiled and said, "Set it down." The traveler frowned. "But then I'd have nothing." "Exactly," she said, "and nothing is lighter. To live freely, you must dare to set it down again and again. The mind will panic, whispering, 'If I let go, I'll lose myself.' But the self it fears losing is the one made of tension. Letting go doesn't erase who you are, it reveals who you've always been beneath the burden. The Buddha taught you, only lose what you cling to. But we often misunderstand. It's not a warning, it's liberation. To lose what causes suffering is not loss, it's awakening. The tighter you grip, the more you suffer. The more you release, the lighter you become. Like a bird realizing its wings were never chains. Sometimes letting go means allowing others to walk their own path, even when it leads away from you. Compassion isn't control. Love isn't possession. When you love someone with awareness, you stop demanding they fulfill your idea of them. You let them unfold according to their own karma, their own becoming. Love then becomes like sunlight, steady, generous, asking nothing in return. There's a story of a teacher who held up a glass of water and asked her students how heavy it was. "Half a pound," one said. "A pound," said another. The teacher smiled. "The weight doesn't matter. What matters is how long I hold it. A minute, no problem. An hour, my arm aches. A day, I'm in pain. The longer I hold it, the heavier it becomes." She set the glass down. That's what it means to let go. The lesson is simple. Peace doesn't require more effort. It requires less holding. And in that surrender, something shifts. The world remains imperfect, but your relationship to it changes. You no longer fight the current. You move with it, trusting that even the bends and rapids are part of the river's intelligence. There is a term in Buddhism, upekkha, equanimity. It doesn't mean indifference. It means the ability to remain balanced amidst gain and loss, praise and blame, pleasure and pain. It's the still point within the turning world. The mind that practices equanimity doesn't reject life's dualities. It holds them both, knowing neither can last. Picture a tree in the forest. It stands through storms, through seasons. Leaves grow, leaves fall. Birds come, birds go. The tree doesn't cling to summer or mourn the winter. It simply continues to be itself. You can live like that, rooted, steady, open. You can allow life to come and go without losing your center. And from that steadiness, true compassion blooms. Because once you stop drowning in your own waves, you can finally help others find their shore. You can listen without trying to fix. You can care without collapsing. You become a quiet presence, a refuge for others, simply by being yourself. Tonight, as the world grows silent, place your hand over your heart. Feel its rhythm steady, ancient, unbroken. This heart has survived every joy and every sorrow you've ever known. It is not asking you to be perfect. It is asking you to be present. Whisper to it, "I release what I cannot hold. I trust what I cannot see. I welcome what I cannot control. And as you breathe, notice the space opening inside you. That space is peace, the kind that cannot be taken, because it was never dependent on circumstance. Tomorrow when you wake, may you walk a little lighter, speak a little softer, and see the sacred woven through even the simplest of moments. For the truth is, simple life was never asking you to win. It was only asking you to wake up. Somewhere within you, there is a quiet knowing that has never been hurt, never been lost, never been less than whole. It sits beneath all the noise of your becoming, like a mountain beneath the clouds. The storms come and they go. The clouds gather, then scatter. But the mountain never moves. It doesn't need to. It knows what it is. You too are that mountain. For years we've been taught to chase the peaks of life, success, recognition, belonging, believing that when we finally stand high enough, we'll be safe. But real peace isn't found on mountaintops. It's found in stillness at the center of what is. Even when the winds scream, even when the valleys flood, stillness remains the one place that cannot be taken. The Buddha once said, "Just as a solid rock is not shaken by the storm, so the wise are not moved by praise or blame." It is one of life's quiet paradoxes. The moment you stop needing stability from the world, you become unshakably stable within yourself. So let us begin again here, not in striving, but in stillness. Imagine you are sitting beside a vast lake high in the mountains. The air is cool, crisp, untouched. You look into the water and see your reflection, your face, your fears, your future. Then a breeze ripples the surface, and your reflection breaks. The image distorts eyes, scattered mouth, blurred identity, uncertain. For a moment, panic rises. I've lost myself. But if you wait, the ripples fade. The reflection returns. You realize you were never gone. You were only hidden by movement. That is the nature of the mind. Every emotion, every fear, every anxious thought is just wind over water. Let it pass, and your clarity returns by itself. You don't fix the lake by stirring it. You fix it by letting it settle. This settling is called samatha, the stilling of the heart. But stillness is not laziness. It's not withdrawal. It is an alert, calm awareness so pure that nothing can disturb it. When you train the mind to rest in stillness, you stop living at the mercy of the world. You stop being a leaf in the storm and start becoming the tree that holds the storm without losing its roots. There's a story of a monk who meditated every morning beside a noisy river. When asked how he could find peace amidst such chaos, he replied, "The river does not disturb me because I no longer ask it to be quiet. That is the essence of inner freedom. Peace is not found in controlling sound. It's found in not needing silence to be peaceful." When you begin to see the world this way, you stop reacting to everything that passes through it. You become like the sky. Clouds move, rain falls, lightning strikes, and yet the sky remains unscarred. Your true self, too, is beyond the weather of emotion. Joy, anger, fear, delight, all of it passes through consciousness. The mistake is thinking you are the weather. You are the sky. Try this practice. When emotion arises, whisper softly, "This too is a cloud. Do not fight it. Do not feed it." Watch how even the darkest cloud, if left alone, eventually drifts away. What remains after it passes is what you've been seeking all along: vastness, freedom, awareness. The path of letting go continues here, not as escape, but as embrace. The mind believes peace comes from grasping. If I can just have this, if I can just fix that. But the heart knows peace comes from loosening. Even if I don't have this, I can still be free. To live this way, is to trust impermanence. You no longer beg life to stay the same. You bow to its changes, knowing that everything you lose carves space for something new. The tree that clings to its leaves never meets spring. The river that resists its current never reaches the sea. You too must keep releasing to remain alive. And sometimes that release includes versions of yourself. The strong one, the perfect one, the one who always has answers. You begin to see that your strength was never in perfection, but in tenderness. To weep is not weakness. It is the soul rinsing itself clean. To rest is not failure. It is a return to balance. Even the Buddha rested under the Bodhi tree after years of striving. In that rest, enlightenment bloomed. Let me tell you a story. There was a woman who spent her life collecting shells by the sea. She gathered hundreds, each one unique spiral pearl curved broken. Her home was filled with them. But one day, as the tide pulled back, she noticed a single shell rolling near her feet, perfectly ordinary, yet somehow beautiful. She reached down to pick it up, and in that moment, all the other shells fell from her hands. She stood there empty-handed, watching them sink beneath the waves. For the first time, she didn't reach for them. The sea washed around her feet. She smiled. Now she said, "I have everything." That woman is all of us. We spend lifetimes collecting identities, opinions, plans, validations, until life asks us to open our hands. Only then do we realize we were never meant to carry so much. Only then do we touch the freedom of emptiness. Emptiness, or shunyata, is one of the most misunderstood truths of Buddhist wisdom. It doesn't mean nothing matters. It means everything is connected so deeply, so beautifully, that nothing can exist on its own. When you realize this, fear fades. You stop trying to isolate happiness from sadness, gain from loss, birth from death. You see that all opposites dance together, inseparable. This is the mystery of the middle way. Joy and sorrow share a root. Light and shadow belong to the same sun. Understanding this doesn't make pain disappear. It makes it meaningful. You stop asking, "Why me?" and start whispering, "Ah, this too is part of the whole." One final reflection for today. At the end of each day, when the lights dim and the mind grows still, ask yourself one question. Did I resist or did I allow? If you resisted, forgive yourself. If you allowed, bless yourself. Because every moment of allowance, every breath where you stop fighting and start flowing, brings you closer to freedom. The path isn't long, it's only forgotten. And with each act of awareness, you remember. Remember that nothing needs to be added for you to be whole. Remember that every breath is a teacher. Remember that peace was never somewhere else. It has always been here, waiting beneath the noise, patient as the mountain, clear as the lake, free as the sky. There is a strange moment when the soul begins to heal, not when the pain disappears, but when you stop needing it to. You stop asking, "When will this end?" and start whispering, "What is this teaching me?" That small shift, almost imperceptible, is the threshold of awakening. Suffering doesn't vanish, but it loses its sharpness, its authority. It becomes a doorway, not a wall. We have all been taught to resist pain, to numb it, outthink it, outrun it. But pain, when met with awareness, becomes a guide. Like a lantern in the dark, it illuminates the places that were hidden, the attachments we refused to release, the illusions we still cling to, the tenderness we've forgotten how to trust. In Buddhism, this is called dukkha, often translated as suffering, but more truthfully, it means unease, the natural friction of wanting life to be other than it is. Once you stop fighting that friction, peace begins to flicker like a candle in still air. The light is small at first, but it's enough to see. And in that faint glow, the heart learns a new language, not of avoidance, but of presence. Imagine a potter shaping clay on a wheel. The clay must be centered before it can become anything beautiful. If the clay wobbles, the potter does not scold it. She steadies her hands, brings balance, and lets the form emerge through patience. The same is true for you. You are both the clay and the potter, soft enough to shape, wise enough to know that imbalance is part of creation. Every wobble, every collapse, every reforming is your life taking shape through awareness. This is why the Buddha called mindfulness a path of compassion, not perfection. Perfection divides, compassion unites. It says, even this moment, this mess, this mistake is worthy of attention. The heart that can bow to its own brokenness has already begun to heal. Let me tell you a story. A monk once found a bird with a broken wing. He cared for it daily, feeding it rice and keeping it warm. Months passed. One morning, the bird flew away. The monk watched it disappear into the horizon, feeling both joy and loss. His student, noticing his expression, asked, "Master, are you sad?" The monk smiled gently. "No. My heart was the cage. Now it's open." To love fully means to open your hand, not close your fist. It means to give without ownership, to care without expectation. We suffer not because we love, but because we try to trap love in permanence. But love by its nature moves. It breathes. It changes shape. The highest love is not attachment, it is blessing. It whispers, "May you be free, even if that freedom takes you beyond me." That kind of love can only arise from understanding impermanence. Every sunrise is temporary. Every smile fades. Every breath you take is unique, never to return. But impermanence is not loss. It is proof that everything is alive. The flower withers, not because it failed, but because it fulfilled its purpose to bloom, to teach beauty, to let go. When you begin to live with this awareness, gratitude no longer needs a reason. You find yourself giving thanks for the smallest things, a beam of light across your floor, the sound of rain, the laughter of a stranger. Gratitude becomes your natural breath, because you understand that everything, even sorrow, is borrowed time and therefore precious. Try this tonight. Before sleep, recall one thing that hurt you today, just one. Then whisper to it, "Thank you for showing me where I still hold on." Watch how the heart softens. Then recall one thing that blessed you today, a small kindness, a moment of ease. Whisper, "Thank you for reminding me how to let go." Gratitude is not the denial of pain. It's the gentle weaving of pain into wisdom. Another story, short but true. A master once told his disciple, "The most dangerous thing in life is forgetting." Forgetting what the disciple asked. Forgetting that everything you meet is your teacher. Every challenge, every person, every disappointment, all are disguised lessons. The rude neighbor teaches patience. The delay teaches surrender. The heartbreak teaches love without possession. The illness teaches fragility and reverence for the body. Even loneliness is a teacher. It introduces you to yourself. Once you begin to see life this way, resentment starts to dissolve. The mind no longer labels things as good or bad. It asks instead, what is this asking me to learn? That simple curiosity turns pain into practice. Of course, awareness alone isn't enough. It must be paired with compassion. Otherwise, wisdom turns cold. Compassion warms the heart, reminding you that you are human, and so is everyone else. The goal isn't to become emotionless, it's to feel fully without drowning. To cry when you must, to forgive when you can, to rest when you need. Compassion says, I see the suffering, and I will not add more to it. Try this exercise of compassion. When someone hurts you before reacting, pause and silently say, just like me, they are trying to be happy. Just like me, they are learning. This doesn't excuse harm, it transforms perspective. It opens a small window where empathy can breathe. And sometimes that tiny breath is enough to stop a storm. We think peace comes when the world is quiet, but true peace comes when the mind is quiet within the world. It is not the silence of withdrawal, but the stillness of understanding. When you understand, you stop needing the world to behave. You can sit in traffic, hold space for someone's anger, face your own mistakes, and remain unshaken, not because you're indifferent, but because you've touched something deeper than circumstance. That depth is your refuge. It is the monastery that no noise can enter. It's not built of stone or ritual, it's built of presence. Every breath you take inside awareness is another brick in that temple. And someday, when life shakes everything you thought was stable, you will realize the temple never moved. Tonight, before you close your eyes, place your palm over your heart and whisper, I am learning. I am softening. I am enough even here. Then breathe long and deep until you feel the pulse steady under your hand. That pulse is the rhythm of the universe reminding you belong to something vast. You are carried even in your uncertainty. You are home even while still walking. There is a tenderness that only reveals itself when we stop running from the quiet. It is the soft pulse beneath, thought the part of us that feels before it explains, that listens before it speaks. Most people never meet this tenderness because they are too busy defending against life. But when the defenses fall, even for a moment, love walks in unannounced, carrying everything we've been searching for. It is said that before enlightenment, we chop wood and carry water. After enlightenment, we chop wood and carry water. Nothing outside changes the trees, the buckets, the routines, but the way we touch them does. Awareness turns the ordinary luminous. The weight of the bucket becomes a lesson in balance. The crackle of firewood becomes a mantra of impermanence. The miracle was never missing. We just weren't paying attention. Try this for yourself as you wash your hands. Notice the water. Notice its warmth, its flow, how it shapes itself to your skin. Each drop has traveled through clouds, rivers, mountains, a pilgrimage to this moment. In that awareness, a simple act becomes sacred. This is how awakening enters daily life quietly through attention. But attention requires space, and our lives crowded with noise rarely leave room for silence to bloom. We fill the air with plans, the heart with worry, the mind with endless commentary. It's as if we are afraid of the emptiness, as though silence might reveal something we cannot bear. Yet it is only in silence that truth whispers. It never shouts, it only waits. A young monk once asked his master, "How do I hear the voice of truth?" The master replied, "First stop talking." The monk frowned. "Then what should I do?" The master smiled. "Listen until even your listening disappears. When you stop trying to force revelation, understanding arrives naturally. The universe speaks through the gaps between words, between breaths, between moments of doing. Stillness is not the opposite of movement, it's the intelligence beneath it. Think of a musician. Without the pauses between notes, there is no melody. Without space, there is only noise. Your life, too, needs pauses. Those are the moments that give rhythm to existence. Pause before you speak. Pause before you react. Pause before you believe every thought that enters your mind. That pause is where your wisdom lives. The Buddha called this pause right mindfulness. It is not about controlling thought, but about seeing clearly. You begin to recognize how much of your suffering comes from stories you create. Stories about who you are, what should have been, what might be lost. These stories tighten the mind like knots, and mindfulness is the art of untying them one breath at a time. Let's try it now. Close your eyes. Breathe in slowly. Feel the air enter your body not as something you do, but as something that happens through you. Breathe out gently, as if releasing a secret you no longer need to keep. Now notice, thoughts may appear like bubbles rising from deep water. Let them rise. Let them burst. There is no need to chase or judge. Awareness is not about controlling the bubbles. It's about realizing you are the ocean. The more you practice this, the more natural it becomes. Soon, you'll find yourself breathing calmly in moments that once triggered chaos. You'll find yourself observing, not absorbing. People may still misunderstand you. Life may still challenge you, but your peace will no longer depend on their approval. You will have touched the still point within. A story. A traveler asked a sage, "How can I attain peace when life keeps throwing me into storms?" The sage handed him a cup of tea and said, "Stir it." The traveler swirled the tea. "Now," said the sage, "try to see your reflection." "I can't," replied the traveler. "The surface is too disturbed." The sage nodded. Peace is the same. You cannot see your true reflection while you keep stirring. When you stop stirring with judgment, control, and worry, life reflects itself clearly. The reflection you see is not perfection, it's truth. And truth, when seen without fear, always leads to compassion. Compassion, though often misunderstood, is not pity. It is not the soft sorrow that looks down upon suffering. True compassion looks across it, recognizes the same essence in all beings. It says, "You are made of the same light I am, even if your form is different." When compassion ripens, separation dissolves. The line between you and me begins to blur. There's an ancient saying, when one candle lights another, its flame is not diminished. So it is with compassion. You can give endlessly without losing yourself. In fact, the more light you share, the brighter your own heart burns. Yet to give compassion, you must first receive it from yourself. Forgive yourself for the years you spent asleep, for the anger that spoke louder than your love, for the fear that made you hide. The purpose of awakening is not to erase your past, but to understand it with kindness. Every scar is a sentence in your soul's scripture. Read it with reverence. Try this before sleep. Place your hand on your heart and whisper, "I forgive you for not knowing. I thank you for surviving." Notice the warmth beneath your palm. That warmth is life itself saying, "I'm still here." And when you awaken in the morning, greet the day as a continuation of that forgiveness. Let your first thought be a blessing, not a demand. May I meet this day with openness. No conditions, no expectations, just openness. As the sun rises, it does not ask the world to deserve its light. It simply shines because that is its nature. You are not so different. When you stop needing reasons to shine, compassion becomes effortless, peace becomes steady, and life, even in its uncertainty, becomes art. So today, be the sun. Shine without permission. Love without calculation. And when the night comes, rest like the moon, calm, quiet, content in your impermanence. Because peace is not a destination you reach. It's the way you walk, the way you breathe, the way you let things be. There is a secret rhythm that runs beneath everything, beneath your pulse, beneath the wind, beneath even the silence between heartbeats. It's the rhythm of life itself, constant, yet unseen. Sometimes you feel it in music, sometimes in stillness, sometimes when everything falls apart and something inside whispers, "Keep breathing." That rhythm is what the Buddha called the middle way, the balance between holding on and letting go. Most people live swinging between extremes, chasing what they crave, running from what they fear. One moment, grasping the next, rejecting. But peace is not found in either motion. It's found in the pause between them. The middle way is not mediocrity. It's mastery, the art of standing in the center of your experience without drowning in it. When you begin to live from that center, life no longer feels like something happening to you, but through you. You start to notice that everything, the laughter, the loss, the waiting, is part of one continuous breath. And this breath belongs to no one. It moves through all things equally, without judgment, without pause. Try this right now. Breathe in slowly, deeply. Feel the cool air entering your lungs. Then breathe out completely. Notice how the world moves with you. The trees exhale as you inhale. The ocean rises as you release. You are not separate from the universe. You are its heartbeat, temporarily shaped into human form. A monk once said, "When I breathe, the whole mountain breathes with me." At first, it sounds poetic, but sit long enough in awareness, and you'll feel it, the unity, the connectedness. Nothing exists in isolation. Every action, every thought, every whisper ripples through the vast web of existence. When you harm, you tremble the web. When you love, you strengthen it. That's why mindfulness is not self-centered. It is the beginning of universal compassion. There's a story of a farmer who found a wounded bird. He took it home, fed it, and nursed it until it flew again. One morning, it disappeared into the sky. Months later, when the farmer's crops failed and he had nothing left to eat, the same bird returned, dropping seeds that soon grew into a new harvest. When his neighbor asked how this miracle happened, the farmer said, "I only did what I would want done for me, and the universe remembered." This is the truth of karma, not punishment, not reward, but reflection. Life mirrors the state of your heart. What you nurture in others finds its way back to you, often in unexpected forms. When you act from kindness, you plant seeds of peace in a garden that doesn't belong only to you. But here's the deeper lesson. Even good seeds must be released. Attachment to virtue is still attachment. The Buddha taught that the path is like a raft. Once you cross the river, you don't carry it on your back. Do good, yes, but don't build an identity around it. True virtue is effortless, like a flower giving fragrance simply because that's its nature. To reach that kind of effortless goodness, you must understand the nature of the mind. It's like a wild horse, restless, beautiful, strong. If you fight it, it bucks harder. But if you observe it patiently without judgment, it begins to trust you. One day, it stops running and stands beside you quietly. That's when you realize the horse was never your enemy. It just needed gentleness. Gentleness is one of the highest forms of strength. It doesn't demand. It doesn't shout. It simply moves with grace. In the temple of the heart, gentleness is the incense that makes wisdom sweet. Without it, truth becomes rigid. With it, truth becomes healing. You can begin cultivating gentleness in simple ways. Speak kindly, even to yourself. Walk slower. Eat without distraction. Let silence fill the spaces where you would normally rush to fill with noise. Gentleness is the art of giving life back its natural pace. A poet once wrote, "I have learned to trust the softest things, water, wind, prayer. Soft things reshape worlds, not through force, but through persistence. The ocean carves mountains through patience. The wind transforms deserts, grain by grain. Likewise, peace doesn't arrive as a thunderclap. It arrives like dawn, slowly, faithfully, inevitable. Still, even as you learn to soften, you will be tested. Life will place you among those who misunderstand your calm, who mistake silence for weakness, kindness for naivety. But remember, a candle does not argue with darkness. It shines. You do not need to prove your light. You only need to keep it lit. When the world becomes loud, return to the center. When you feel lost, return to the breath. When you are hurt, return to gentleness. That return is your path, over and over, until it becomes your nature. There's an old Zen saying, "No snowflake ever falls in the wrong place." Think about that. Every event, even the painful ones, lands exactly where it must. Each experience is shaping your awareness, refining your compassion, teaching your soul how to dance with impermanence. You don't need to understand it all now. You only need to trust that life knows its rhythm better than your mind does. So tonight, as the noise of the day fades, sit quietly for a few moments. Feel your body, this temporary temple of awareness. Feel your breath move in and out. Feel the heart pulsing, faithful, steady. Whisper softly, "I am exactly where I need to be. Not ahead, not behind. Just here, just now." And in that moment, let go of the endless becoming. Let go of the striving. Let go of the need to fix what was never broken. For this stillness, this awareness, this gentle breath is what you were searching for all along. The middle way is not a place you find. It is the way you move through everything. It is the grace of balance in a world that sways. It is the knowing that you too are part of the rhythm. Somewhere along the path of awakening, you realize that you no longer need life to be different in order to be at peace. The striving softens, the questions lose their sharp edges. The noise quiets not because the world has changed, but because you have begun to hear beneath it. There, beneath the surface of every thought and emotion, lies a silence so vast it holds everything: joy, sorrow, beginnings, endings without resistance. That silence is not emptiness. It is wholeness without condition. It is said in the old sutras that the Buddha, upon reaching enlightenment, didn't ascend into the heavens. He simply sat beneath a tree and smiled. The smile wasn't triumph, it was recognition. He saw that all the running, all the seeking had been for something that had never left. The truth had been breathing with him the entire time. Enlightenment wasn't a gain. It was the gentle falling away of everything false. And yet, we live believing that peace is elsewhere, somewhere after the next success, the next love, the next apology, the next tomorrow. But life's quiet irony is this: the moment you stop reaching for peace, you find it has been sitting beside you all along, waiting for you to notice. Pause here. Look around you, not with the eyes of wanting, but with the eyes of seeing. The light on the wall, the sound of breath, the pulse under your skin. How miraculous that any of it exists at all. Out of nothing, something appeared. Out of silence, a universe bloomed. To simply witness that, to feel wonder again, is to touch awakening. A story. A traveler once came to an old hermit and asked, "How do I know when I am close to enlightenment?" The hermit smiled and poured tea into a cup until it overflowed. The traveler shouted, "Stop, it's full already." The hermit replied, "So is your mind. Empty it, and the truth will pour in by itself." We cannot receive peace while we are filled with noise, opinions, judgments, expectations, the heavy weight of who we think we should be. The cup must be emptied again and again. Each breath is an invitation to pour out what you no longer need. Each exhale is a small surrender. Try this practice before beginning anything: a conversation, a meal, a task. Pause for one breath and whisper inwardly, "Empty." Let that single word clear the mind's clutter. Then proceed. The action will feel lighter, cleaner, more honest. This is the practice of shunyata, the sacred emptiness. Not the void of despair, but the spaciousness that allows everything to exist. It's what makes a bowl useful, what makes a note musical, what makes love possible. Emptiness is the space where freedom breathes. When you stop filling every moment, the divine rushes in through the gaps. In the modern world, we fear emptiness because we mistake it for absence. But true emptiness is presence without attachment, being fully alive, without needing to grasp at life. Imagine the open sky, vast, unbound, untouched by the clouds that pass. Thoughts are clouds. Emotions are clouds. Even your sense of self is a cloud. Let them drift. You don't need to hold the sky together. A wise monk once said, "When I stopped trying to hold the sky, I realized it had never fallen." And so it is with life. We think the world depends on our control, that if we let go, everything will collapse. But the universe has been unfolding perfectly long before your worry began, and it will continue long after it ends. Let go of the illusion that you are the architect of reality. You are the witness, the participant, the dancer, not the dance itself. To live this truth is to move through life with trust, not blind faith, but an intimate knowing that what comes is meant to come, and what leaves was never meant to stay. It doesn't make pain disappear, but it removes the panic around it. You can cry without despair. You can fail without collapse. You can lose without losing yourself. That's what freedom feels like, the ability to feel everything without being broken by anything. There's a small parable that illustrates this. A man stood by the river clutching a large stone. When asked why, he said, "It helps me stay grounded." The wise woman beside him asked, "Then why do you look so tired?" He replied, "Because it's heavy." She smiled gently. Perhaps it's time to learn that grounding doesn't come from holding on, but from standing still. Grounding is not in the weight you carry, but in the awareness that carries you. The earth beneath your feet supports you whether you clutch a stone or not. In the same way, life supports you whether you cling or release. The strength you seek has never been in holding tight. It has always been in trusting enough to open your hands. And when you do, something remarkable happens. You begin to see beauty everywhere, not just in the perfect or the pleasant, but in the flawed, the fleeting, the raw. You look at a cracked bowl and see how light gathers along its fracture. You look at a withered flower and realize that decay is just another form of artistry. You look at your own wounds and feel tenderness instead of shame. This is the transformation of perception, the awakening of the heart's eye. The world doesn't become easier. It becomes deeper. You stop asking it to entertain you and start allowing it to teach you. Every person becomes a verse in the scripture of your awareness. Every experience a mirror. Every pain a teacher. Let me share another teaching old as wind. A disciple once asked, "Master, how do I find truth?" The master pointed at the ground and said, "Here." "But I'm standing here already." The disciple said, "Then why are you still searching?" "We search because we forget. Forgetfulness is the only real suffering. Forgetting that the sacred is already present, that every breath is the divine exhaling through you. The practice of awakening is simply remembering again and again, until remembrance itself becomes your nature. So tonight, before you rest, empty your mind as one empties a cup. Sit quietly and listen not for answers, but for the hum beneath all questions. Feel the breath move, not because you command it, but because life continues to give itself to you freely, unasked. Whisper softly to yourself, "I am enough in my stillness. I am whole in my emptiness. I am at home in this moment." And as you close your eyes, imagine the vast sky of your being stretching wide, holding every cloud, every memory, every breath, and smiling just as the Buddha did, because now you finally understand. You were never missing anything at all. There comes a day when the heart stops asking for explanations. The mind grows tired of labeling every moment as good or bad, and something deeper takes its place, a quiet seeing. You no longer need to understand everything. You only need to be present for it. This is the beginning of wisdom, not knowing more, but needing less. The Buddha once said, "The one who has conquered himself is greater than the one who has conquered 1,000 men in battle." To conquer yourself does not mean to defeat or suppress, but to understand and release. The fiercest battles are not fought in the world, but within the walls of our own thoughts. Every fear, every resentment, every craving is a little war. And the only way to end those wars is not through control, but through awareness. Awareness is the softest form of power. It doesn't fight darkness. It simply turns on the light. Try this practice. The next time you feel anger rising, don't say, "I am angry." Instead say, "Anger is here." That small shift in language creates distance, the difference between being consumed by fire and watching fire dance safely within the hearth. You are not your emotions. You are the space that allows them to pass through. That space, that sacred gap between stimulus and response, is where all freedom lives. Most people live without noticing it, reacting like echoes trapped in patterns born of pain. But the moment you see the gap, you step outside the prison. You begin to respond, not react. You begin to live, not merely repeat. There's a story of two monks walking by a river. They saw a woman struggling to cross, so one monk carried her across on his back. Hours later, the other monk said, "Brother, why did you carry that woman?" "We're not supposed to touch them." The first monk smiled. "I set her down hours ago. Why are you still carrying her?" That is the essence of awareness, knowing when to put things down. How much of what you carry now regrets? Grudges, old conversations exists only in your memory. Life is asking you to travel light, but the mind loves its baggage. Awareness is the art of unpacking gently. Look around you now. Everything you see, every object, every face is a visitor. Nothing here is yours to keep, and yet how beautiful it all is while it lasts. A leaf trembles before falling. A shadow stretches across the floor. A voice fades into silence. Impermanence is not a thief. It is the painter of beauty. Without change, nothing could ever move you. When you start to see impermanence, not as loss, but as life's rhythm, your heart opens wider. You stop clinging and start witnessing. You stop grasping at what you love, and instead you begin to love in a way that doesn't need to hold. This is true compassion, love without ownership, care without control. There's a legend about a teacher who gave his students a fragile clay cup. "Take care of it," he said, "but know this, it is already broken." At first, the students were confused. "Already broken?" they asked. The teacher nodded. "Yes, already broken, because one day it will crack, fall, or fade. If you love it knowing that truth, you will cherish it while it lasts and not suffer when it passes. That is the wisdom of non-attachment. To see the fragility of life not as tragedy, but as the very reason to live with tenderness. To say I love you not as a promise of forever, but as an offering of now. Try it. Today, look at someone you love and think, this moment with you is already passing, and that is what makes it sacred. Notice how that thought deepens your attention. Every glance, every laugh, every silence becomes more alive. This is mindfulness as devotion, not discipline, but love so full it doesn't need time to make it eternal. But even as the heart awakens, the ego resists. It wants credit for your peace, ownership of your kindness. It whispers, "You are wiser now, better than before." Beware that whisper. Even pride in spirituality is another disguise of attachment. The awakened mind has no need to announce its awakening. It simply lives quietly, like water following gravity. In Zen, they say, before enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. After enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. The outer actions remain, but the inner noise dissolves. You no longer meditate to escape life. You meditate to merge with it. Every act becomes a prayer, sweeping, walking, listening. If you truly listen, even ordinary sounds reveal truth. The ticking of a clock becomes the voice of impermanence. The laughter of a stranger becomes the song of connection. The sound of rain becomes the teaching of acceptance. Everything is Dharma when you stop dividing life into sacred and mundane. A monk once said, "If you can't find truth where you stand, where else do you expect to find it?" The moment you understand that your seeking ends. Because wherever you are, washing dishes, sitting in traffic, comforting a friend, there is your temple. Life itself becomes your practice, yet awareness alone isn't the final step. Wisdom must soften into love, or it hardens into philosophy. True awakening is measured not by how still your mind is, but by how open your heart becomes. When your awareness embraces even those who hurt you, when your peace extends to those who do not understand you, that is when enlightenment begins to breathe through you. Love is not always gentle. Sometimes it's fierce in its honesty, sharp in its clarity. It doesn't mean tolerating harm. It means seeing the ignorance beneath it. Every unkind act is born from confusion. The one who attacks is the one most lost. To see that is not weakness, it's wisdom clothed in mercy. So the next time you feel anger toward another, ask what pain must they be carrying to act this way. That question doesn't excuse their behavior, but it frees you from the poison of hatred. Forgiveness then becomes natural, not a moral duty, but an act of sanity. Before you sleep tonight, place your hand over your heart and whisper, "I release the need to be right. I release the need to win. I release the need to control." Then breathe deeply. Feel the heart slow, the body soften. Repeat silently, "May I be free. May they be free. May all beings be free." And as you drift into rest, imagine the world wrapped in golden light. Every being, every creature, even those who hurt you, all bathed in that same compassion. Because peace once truly awakened does not belong to you. It belongs to everything. You have simply remembered your place within it. There comes a time in the seeker's path when the questions that once burned so fiercely begin to dissolve, not because they've been answered, but because the need for answers fades. What once felt urgent now feels spacious. The heart no longer demands why, it simply bows to what is. And in that bowing, the great paradox unfolds. Surrender reveals a power greater than control ever could. We spend much of our lives trying to shape reality into our preference, editing, planning, resisting. But reality does not belong to us. It never has. It moves with its own rhythm beyond approval or disapproval. The moment we stop fighting that rhythm, we begin to hear the music beneath the noise. It has always been playing, patient, eternal, waiting for us to listen. This is the path of surrender, not as defeat, but as alignment. The river does not lose when it yields to gravity. It fulfills its purpose by flowing. So too, when we stop clinging, life begins to carry us toward a peace that was never lost, only unseen beneath the turbulence of wanting. There's a story from the early monks of the forest tradition. A student came to his teacher exhausted from meditation and said, "Master, I've tried every method, counting breaths, chanting mantras, visualizing light, but my mind won't settle." The teacher pointed to a leaf drifting on the river and said, "See how it floats without struggle. Be the leaf. Stop trying to still the water. Let the current teach you stillness." That is surrender, allowing life to move through you without making it personal. The rain falls, the wind blows, the sun burns, none of these take offense. When we resist what is, we isolate ourselves from the flow. When we allow, we remember we are not separate from it. This remembering changes everything. The small self, the one obsessed with outcomes, begins to dissolve. You start to act not from compulsion, but from clarity. Effort becomes effortless. Work becomes worship. And love becomes freedom. True love, after all, has never been a matter of possession. To love is to allow another being to exist fully without trying to mold them into our comfort. The Buddha called this metta, loving kindness, the wish for all beings to be happy, even if that happiness does not include us. It is the most radical act of freedom the heart can perform. Try this when you think of someone who hurt you, instead of replaying the story. Whisper quietly, "May you be free from suffering." You might resist it at first. The ego will say, "They don't deserve it." But your peace isn't about what they deserve. It's about what you release. Each blessing frees you a little more from the chain of reaction. A monk once said, "Holding anger is like grasping a burning coal, waiting to throw it at another. In the end, only you are burned." When you stop gripping the coal, forgiveness isn't a favor to the other. It's the cooling of your own hands. And when the heart cools, wisdom appears. You begin to see that everyone, including you, is doing the best they can with the awareness they have. The cruel, the kind, the lost, the loving, all are acting from the same root, desire to escape suffering and find peace. Some seek it through control, some through chaos, some through silence. But the yearning is universal. When you see this truth clearly, compassion ceases to be a choice. It becomes your natural response. The walls between self and other crumble. You realize that helping another is helping yourself, because there was never a them to begin with. The illusion of separation was the last veil between you and freedom. This realization doesn't make life easier, it makes it real. You will still face loss, illness, disappointment, but you will meet them differently. You will meet them as the sky meets weather, open, spacious, unafraid. Pain will still visit, but it will no longer linger. because you will no longer build a home for it. Try this small meditation when life feels heavy. Sit quietly, breathe deeply, and imagine your chest as a window opening to the sky. With each breath, let the air move freely through you and out without resistance. Whisper inwardly, "I am the sky, not the storm." Watch how even your thoughts begin to lose their power to disturb you. One day, in the middle of an ordinary moment, washing dishes, walking down the street, hearing a bird call something inside you, will go still. It won't be dramatic. It will feel like recognition, like remembering something you always knew but had forgotten. You will realize this is it. This moment right here is the enlightenment you've been seeking. The Zen masters call it satori, the sudden seeing into one's true nature. It doesn't come with fireworks. It comes with a quiet exhale. The weight falls off your shoulders, not because the world changed, but because you stopped carrying what was never yours. A traveler once asked a monk, "What is the essence of the Buddha's teaching?" The monk replied, "An open hand. That's all it is. Opening your hand, your heart, your mind. Opening to life as it is, without clutching, without fear. And in that openness, the universe rushes in like air, filling a long, empty room. You start to see beauty in the most unexpected places. The lines on an old face, the silence after laughter, the shadow moving across your wall. You start to realize that enlightenment was never about leaving the world. It was about falling so deeply in love with it that nothing is left outside your compassion. Before you sleep tonight, try this gentle ritual. Sit quietly. Breathe in through your nose, and as you do, say in your heart, "I receive." Exhale slowly and say, "I release." Repeat this rhythm a few times. Receive, release. Receive, release. Notice how the two movements are one cycle, inseparable, balanced, eternal. That is the rhythm of the universe. That is the rhythm of your own being. You don't need to hold the breath. You don't need to force the release. Both happen by themselves. So it is with life. You are being breathed by existence itself, and all it asks of you is to stay open, to stay soft, to stay awake. At a certain point on the inner path, you stop asking how to escape the storm and begin to wonder how to dance in the rain. You realize that life's turbulence was never an obstacle. It was the teacher all along. Each difficulty, each heartbreak, each failure was shaping you, sanding away what was not real, so that the essence of your being could shine. In the beginning, we believe awakening is about finding light. Later, we see it is about learning to embrace the darkness with the same tenderness. Because only by entering the shadows can we discover the light that does not depend on circumstance. The moon does not resist the night. It reveals itself through it. You have walked through nights that felt endless. You've been bruised by uncertainty, burned by loss, and shaped by moments that didn't make sense. Yet here you are, still breathing, still searching, still capable of love. That persistence itself is sacred. It is evidence that the light within you never went out. It was only waiting for you to stop running long enough to notice it. A student once asked a Zen teacher, "How do I keep my lamp lit when the wind of life keeps blowing?" The teacher smiled. "Build no walls around it. Let the wind become the flame." To live with an open heart means to stop protecting yourself from change. It means allowing the wind to enter even when it stings. It means trusting that life breaks you only to open you wider. The cracks are not flaws. They are doorways. Rumi wrote, "The wound is where the light enters you." That truth is older than any religion, deeper than any scripture. Every scar is a star map leading you home. Think about the lotus. It grows in mud, dark, wet, and unseen, yet it rises unstained. The Buddha chose the lotus as a symbol of enlightenment, not because it was perfect, but because it was resilient. Its beauty is not separate from the mud, it is born from it. In the same way, your suffering and your wisdom share the same root. Do not curse your mud. It is what made your bloom possible. Try this meditation, close your eyes, and picture a lotus opening in your heart. Each petal unfolds with your breath, slowly, silently. On the in-breath whisper, I receive the mud. On the out-breath whisper, I offer the flower. This is the alchemy of awareness, transforming pain into beauty, struggle into compassion. But transformation requires patience. Modern life teaches us to rush healing, to fix, to move on, to get over it. Yet, the heart is not a wound to be closed. It is a garden to be tended. Healing happens not when you force yourself to be fine, but when you create enough space for grace to enter. Grace comes quietly. It doesn't arrive when you demand it, but when you stop pushing. Like sunlight through a window, it slips in when you've finally stopped rearranging the curtains. It fills the room of your being without effort. There's a saying in the Dhammapada: hatred does not cease by hatred, but only by love. This is the eternal law. The same applies inwardly. Your wounds do not heal by judgment, but by love. To hate your pain is to feed it. To love it is to understand it, and understanding dissolves suffering. When fear visits, don't turn away. Invite it in. Offer it tea. Ask, "What are you here to teach me?" Fear often hides the doorway to growth. Behind every anxiety is a truth waiting to be seen, a freedom waiting to be claimed. You cannot transcend what you refuse to face. In one ancient story, a monk meditating in the forest was visited by demons of desire and fear. They shouted, danced, tried to distract him. Instead of fleeing, the monk bowed and said, "Thank you for coming. Let's have tea." Surprised, the demons sat with him. When they realized he was unafraid, they vanished. That is how you conquer your inner demons, not with force, but with friendship. The moment you greet them with awareness, they lose their power. What remains is stillness, vast and unshaken. Stillness is not the absence of movement. It is the awareness that watches movement unfold. Imagine sitting by a river. The water rushes by, carrying leaves, reflections, and debris. You don't need to stop the current to find peace. You only need to stop falling in. Try this. The next time your thoughts race, place your attention on the space between them, the brief pause before a new thought forms. That gap, that silence, is your true self. The mind is a river. Awareness is the shore. Stay there. Watch. Eventually, you will notice something miraculous. The mind storms become less frightening, not because they disappear, but because you see they were never separate from the sky. Awareness doesn't fight chaos. It contains it. The ocean doesn't reject the waves. It is the waves. You are not trying to escape the storm. You are remembering that you are the vastness that holds it. A disciple once asked the Buddha, "Are you a god?" "No." "Then what are you?" "I am awake." Awakening isn't about becoming something greater. It's about recognizing what has always been awake within you. It's not an achievement, it's a remembering. You are not the person trying to awaken. You are the awareness that notices the trying. So as you move through life, practice remembering. Remember when you laugh. Remember when you cry. Remember when you fall into silence. Each moment is a mirror showing you what has never been lost. Tonight, before you sleep, place your palm on your heart and whisper, I forgive the storm for teaching me movement. I forgive the pain for teaching me depth. I forgive myself for taking so long to see. Then breathe slowly, tenderly, until your heartbeat steadies. The night is not against you. It is only here to remind you that even in darkness, the light within never flickers. And when morning comes open, your eyes gently, as if for the first time, look at the light, not as something outside you, but as your own reflection. Whisper, I am both the mud and the lotus, both the night and the dawn. Because the truth is not one or the other. It is both held perfectly compassionately in the vastness of what you already are. There is a point on the journey inward when silence becomes your greatest teacher. Not the silence that is merely the absence of sound, but the silence that hums beneath all creation, the silence that exists even within noise. It's not something you reach by escaping the world. It's something you awaken to within the world. When the Buddha sat beneath the Bodhi tree, he did not silence the birds or stop the wind. He silenced the resistance within himself, the need for things to be different. That silence, vast and steady, is available to each of us in every breath. But we rarely hear it because we mistake loudness for living. Our lives are filled with motion, the constant scroll, the endless conversation, the search for stimulation. We confuse activity with aliveness. Yet the truest life unfolds not in motion, but in stillness. In stillness, perception deepens. In stillness, truth speaks softly like a whisper that doesn't compete with the world's noise but rises above it by needing nothing. Try this. Sit quietly for a few moments each morning before touching your phone or speaking to anyone. Don't try to meditate. Just listen. Listen not only to sounds, but to the space that holds them, the hum of air, the subtle rhythm of your heartbeat. That space is awareness itself. It doesn't need to be created. It only needs to be remembered. There's a Zen story that says a monk once asked his teacher, "What is enlightenment?" The teacher replied, "An ordinary mind perfectly still." The monk frowned. "But how can I make my mind still?" The teacher smiled. "You can't. You can only stop disturbing it. We disturb the mind by believing every thought it offers. We chase each emotion as if it were truth. But thoughts are not truth. They are waves upon the sea of awareness. When you stop clinging to each wave, you rediscover the calm beneath. That calm was never gone. It was only hidden by movement. Watch your mind like you would watch clouds drifting across the sky. Some are dark, some are bright. Some pass quickly, others linger. But none stay forever. The sky does not chase or resist them. It simply remains. Be like that sky, vast, patient, untouched. There's a line in the Heart Sutra: form is emptiness, and emptiness is form. To the untrained mind, this sounds abstract, but it simply means that everything you experience, sound, thought, joy, sorrow, arises from the same boundless awareness. The world is not separate from stillness. It is stillness in motion. Think of a wave in the ocean. It rises, peaks, dissolves, and returns to the sea. We call it wave, but in truth, it is only ever water. Likewise, you are not separate from the infinite. You rise, you live, you fall, but you never leave the ocean of being. To remember this is liberation, not from the world, but within it. A story. A king once asked a monk, "What makes you so calm when the world is so full of suffering?" The monk replied, "Because I have stopped dividing the world into calm and suffering. Suffering begins where separation begins. When you see yourself as separate from pain, you resist it. When you see pain as part of the whole, you learn from it. The moment you say, This should not be happening. You create conflict. But when you whisper, "This too belongs," peace quietly returns. Peace does not come by fixing the world. It comes by dissolving the boundary between me and world. The Buddha called this anatta, or no self. It doesn't mean you don't exist. It means you are not limited to the small story of identity. You are not just a name, a body, a collection of memories. You are the field of awareness in which all those things appear and disappear. Imagine standing before a mirror. You see a reflection, but you know it is not you. The image moves when you move, smiles when you smile, but the mirror itself remains unchanged. You are that mirror. Thoughts, emotions, sensations, they are reflections. Awareness itself is the mirror, clear, spacious, untouched. If you grasp at the reflection, it shatters. If you look through it, you see the infinite depth behind it. Meditation is nothing more than learning to look through the reflection, through the noise of the mind, until you remember your own clarity. But stillness does not mean withdrawal from life. It is not about sitting on mountaintops while the world burns. True stillness walks among people, cooks meals, listens deeply, forgives easily. It is not detached. It is deeply connected because it no longer needs to protect itself. The awakened person still laughs, still weeps, still errs, but does so with awareness. When anger arises, they know, anger is visiting. When joy blossoms, they smile, joy is visiting. They greet each emotion like an old friend warmly, but without asking it to stay. The poet Ryokan once wrote, "The thief left it behind the moon at my window." Everything can be taken: possession, status, even health, but awareness cannot be stolen. That is the moon at your window, unowned, eternal, quietly radiant. So when you lose something, remember nothing essential can ever be lost. You are the moon, not the passing clouds. You are the witness, not the story. Tonight, as the world grows quiet, sit for a few moments in darkness. Feel the breath moving gently through you, in out like the tide. Each inhale a gift, each exhale a release. Let the mind wander if it must, then gently bring it home to the breath. Whisper inwardly, "I am the stillness behind the sound. I am the space behind the thought. I am the awareness in which all things rise and fade." Then let even those words dissolve until only silence remains, a silence that is not empty, but full, vibrant, alive. And in that silence, if you listen carefully, you might hear it, the faint pulse of the universe breathing with you, as it always has, as it always will. There's a moment, subtle and sacred, when the seeker stops searching, not because the answers have been found, but because the questions have dissolved into understanding. In that quiet realization, you see that life has never been about reaching some distant state of perfection. It has always been about learning to rest completely in this moment, exactly as it is. The path of awakening is not a straight road. It curves, doubles back, disappears into fog. There are days of clarity and days of confusion, nights of faith and mornings of doubt. Yet every step, even the uncertain ones, is part of the journey home. You are not lost when you wander. You are lost only when you stop looking inward. In the beginning, awakening feels like climbing a mountain, effortful, steep, filled with discipline and struggle. But one day, you reach a ledge, turn around, and realize there was no mountain at all. You were standing on sacred ground from the very first step. Enlightenment isn't something you find. It's what remains when all that is false falls away. The Buddha once said, "There is no path to happiness. Happiness is the path." What does this mean? It means peace is not a reward for living rightly. It is a way of living. It's the gentleness in how you pour tea, the patience in how you listen, the compassion in how you speak. Every small act done in mindfulness is a thread of enlightenment woven into the fabric of your life. A story. A disciple asked his master, "Where should I look for the truth?" The master replied, "In every place you are trying to escape from." The disciple frowned. "And when I find it?" The master smiled. "Then you will realize it was never hidden." We often imagine that truth lies in distant temples, in long retreats, or in the words of sages. But the real temple is the moment you are living right now. This breath, this heartbeat, this flicker of awareness. Every moment you resist is a missed chance to meet the sacred. The present is not a stepping stone. It is the destination. Try this practice throughout the day. Pause and ask, what is this moment asking of me? Not what I want from it, but what it wants from me. Maybe it asks for patience, maybe courage, maybe silence. When you begin to respond instead of demand, your whole relationship with life changes. You stop trying to control and start learning to cooperate with the flow. This cooperation is what Buddhists call wu-wei, effortless action. It doesn't mean doing nothing. It means doing what needs to be done without resistance. Like a tree bending in the wind, you adapt, but you do not break. You become soft without being weak, yielding without losing form. To live this way requires one thing: trust. Not blind trust, but deep trust, the trust that life knows what it's doing, even when you don't. Think of the seasons. The tree does not panic when winter comes. It lets its leaves fall, knowing that spring will come in its own time. If you could learn to meet your own winters with that kind of trust, your heart would never freeze. You would understand that loss too has its place in the sacred order of things. When something leaves your life, a person, a dream, a stage of who you were, it is not punishment. It is nature making space for renewal. To cling is to block that renewal. To release is to participate in it. Letting go is not a single act, but a lifelong rhythm, like the breath holding, releasing, releasing. The Buddha once taught that everything that has a beginning must also have an ending. Yet within that truth lies comfort. Endings are not the opposite of beginnings. They are what make beginnings possible. Death makes life precious. Change makes meaning possible. Impermanence is not the enemy. It is the pulse of existence itself. And so peace becomes less about escaping difficulty and more about walking gently through it. When pain arrives, you no longer ask, "Why me?" You ask, "What is this trying to awaken in me?" Pain may teach patience. Loneliness may teach self-connection. Failure may teach humility. Every challenge hides a lesson in disguise, waiting to be uncovered by awareness. But awareness cannot be forced. It blossoms when the mind is kind. You can only wake up through tenderness, never through violence toward yourself. Speak to your heart as you would to a dear friend, softly with respect. The mind that is held in kindness becomes clear by itself. When you live this way, your presence becomes medicine. You don't need to preach or persuade. Your peace will teach more than your words ever could. Just as a candle doesn't announce its light, your calm will quietly illuminate others. The best teaching is silent understanding. There is a saying, when the student is ready, the teacher appears. But eventually you realize the teacher has always been you. Your breath, your mistakes, your stillness. Everything you've met was a reflection pointing you back to that one awareness. The search outside ends when you recognize the truth within. So before you sleep tonight, sit for a few minutes in gratitude. not for what went perfectly, but for everything that challenged you. Whisper softly, "Thank you, life, for teaching me through every turn. Thank you for breaking me open enough to see." Then take 3 deep breaths. On the first, release the past. On the second, release tomorrow. On the third, release even the need to release. In that breathless stillness that follows, you will find what the Buddha found, not a doctrine, not a dogma, but a presence. The unshakable peace of being here now, utterly awake. The journey has always been this simple: breathe, see love, let go. And when you can do that truly deeply without trying, you will understand enlightenment was never far. It was as close as your next inhale. At some point on the path, you realize that awakening is not about escaping the world, but embracing it more completely. It's not about building a life free of storms, but learning how to stand in the rain without drowning. You begin to understand that life will never stop being unpredictable, but your relationship to it can change from resistance to reverence. The Buddha said, "Just as a lotus does not cling to the water, the wise do not cling to the world." The lotus doesn't reject the water that feeds it. It simply rises above it, untouched, yet nourished. In the same way, when you stop clinging, you don't lose life, you begin to truly live it. You start to see the sacred shimmering through the ordinary, the infinite breathing through the finite. To live with such vision is to walk as both participant and witness. You act fully, love deeply, give freely, but you no longer lose yourself in the outcome. You learn to trust the flow of cause and effect, the law of impermanence, and the mysterious intelligence of existence itself. This trust is the foundation of inner freedom. Try this. The next time something doesn't go your way, a delay, a rejection, a disappointment, pause. Instead of saying, "This shouldn't be happening," try asking, "What is life teaching me through this?" That simple shift transforms resistance into inquiry, suffering into understanding. You begin to see that every obstacle is a bridge when viewed through the eyes of awareness. A story tells of a monk who was sweeping the monastery courtyard when a traveler asked, "Why do you sweep every day when the wind will just blow the dust back?" The monk smiled, "Because peace is not in a clean courtyard, but in a clean heart." The monk's task wasn't about perfection. It was about presence. Every sweep of the broom was a reminder. Life keeps bringing dust, and peace is not found in avoiding it, but in meeting it with grace. The dust represents everything we can't control: other people's opinions, changing circumstances, the passage of time. The broom represents mindfulness, the gentle, consistent act of returning again and again to what matters. This returning is the essence of practice. No matter how many times you lose your way, you can always begin again. Each breath is a chance to start over. Each sunrise an invitation to remember. The mind loves to measure progress, to ask, "How far have I come?" But the heart knows that awakening doesn't move in a straight line. It spirals inward, revealing deeper layers of truth. Sometimes you will feel radiant and still, as though you've touched the heart of enlightenment itself. Other times you'll feel lost, impatient, full of doubt. Both are part of the unfolding. The light reveals, the darkness integrates. One is not better than the other. They work together as day and night do, shaping the soul into balance. If you can learn to honor both, to greet joy and confusion with the same tenderness, you will find peace that nothing can disturb. There's an old saying, "Before enlightenment, I was depressed. After enlightenment, I still get depressed. But now, I don't mind." What changed? Awareness. The awakened one doesn't deny pain. They simply don't add a story to it. They feel sadness without labeling it failure, experience anger without calling it sin, encounter fear without shrinking from it. Every emotion becomes a passing cloud, not a verdict on their worth. This is emotional freedom, to feel everything without being owned by anything. And yet, freedom does not mean detachment from compassion. In fact, true awakening deepens the heart's capacity to care. When you see clearly, you recognize yourself in all beings, the hungry, the hurting, the hopeful. Their suffering becomes your own, and your joy becomes theirs. A bodhisattva one who vows to awaken not only for themselves, but for the benefit of all walks this path with humility. They do not withdraw from the world's pain. They transform it through understanding. Their compassion is not sentimental, it is grounded in wisdom. They know that suffering is not punishment, but the seed of awakening in every being. So when you see someone trapped in anger or greed, don't despise them. Remember that you too have been lost before. Offer the silent wish, may you awaken, may you be free. This prayer, simple as it seems, ripples far beyond what the eye can see. Every act of compassion, even unspoken, shifts the consciousness of the whole. A teacher once told his students, "If you cannot find peace while washing dishes, you will not find it on a mountaintop." The truth is simple. Enlightenment is not somewhere else. It is here in your hands, in your breath, in the soap and the water and the rhythm of your heart. When your attention merges completely with the moment, when there's no gap between what you're doing and what you're being, that is awakening in action. You can live this way anywhere, in an office, in a crowded city, in the middle of noise. It doesn't matter where you are, it matters how you are. Try this in your daily life. When you eat, just eat. When you walk, just walk. When you listen, just listen. Give each act the fullness of your presence and watch how the ordinary turns luminous. The divine was never hiding. It was simply waiting for you to notice. Before you sleep tonight, sit for a few quiet moments. Feel the breath enter and leave your body. Feel your heart beating its faithful rhythm, a reminder that life moves through you, not because you command it, but because you belong to it. Whisper softly, "I am not the doer. I am the witness. I am the stillness within all motion." Then let the words fade into silence. Let the breath breathe itself. Because when you stop trying to awaken, awakening awakens in you. When you stop chasing peace, peace finds you where you've always been, at the very center of this breath, this heartbeat, this timeless now. And in that stillness, without effort, without seeking, you will remember. You were never separate from the divine. You were the divine, learning to remember itself. There is a gentleness that arrives when you finally stop trying to force life into shape, when you stop arguing with time, stop fighting with fate, and simply allow the moment to be what it is. That gentleness isn't weakness, it's wisdom ripened through experience. It's what remains after the storms have passed, when you realize that nothing was ever under your control, yet somehow everything has always been unfolding as it should. The Buddha said, "The root of suffering is attachment." But what is attachment truly? It is not love. It's the refusal to let love change. It's not desire. It's the fear of not getting what we desire. Attachment is the grasping hand that says, "Stay to something that was always meant to move." When you stop clinging, love doesn't vanish, it deepens. It ceases to be possession and becomes presence. It stops being about mine and becomes about being with. That shift, subtle but immense, is liberation in disguise. A story tells of a monk who watched a butterfly struggle to emerge from its cocoon. Wanting to help, he gently tore the silk threads. The butterfly came out, but its wings were too weak to fly. It had been robbed of the struggle that would have strengthened it. The monk bowed and whispered, "Now I understand even pain serves its purpose. Life's difficulties are not punishments, they are teachers. The friction you resist is the same pressure that gives your wings their strength. Without loss, you would never learn to appreciate presence. Without uncertainty, you would never cultivate faith. Without silence, you would never discover your own voice. Try this the next time something feels heavy. Ask softly, what is this helping me to grow? Even sorrow, when seen with clarity, becomes sacred. The heart that breaks is not weak, it's expanding. There's a quiet moment usually after great loss, when the world seems both empty and full at once. Empty of what was, full of what is. In that moment you realize that peace doesn't come from adding more to life, but from subtracting what obscures it. The Japanese have a word ma, the space between things, the pause between notes that gives music its melody, the gap between words that gives poetry its rhythm. Peace is that space within you, the still point between one thought and the next, one breath and the next. To find it, you don't need to run to the mountains or the monasteries. You only need to stop rushing, stop comparing, stop filling every silence. The truth reveals itself in the pause. Imagine this. You're sitting beside a lake. A leaf falls, creating ripples that spread and fade. Eventually, the water becomes still again, and the reflection of the sky returns. The lake didn't need to do anything to become clear. It only needed to stop being disturbed. Your mind is that lake. Stillness is your natural state. Clarity returns when you stop stirring the surface. And yet, even when you taste stillness, the world will keep moving. You will still lose things, still face noise, still encounter pain. But now, you will know these waves cannot drown what is infinite. You will move through joy and sorrow like the moon through the clouds, untouched by their passing. A monk once said, "When I eat, I eat. When I sleep, I sleep." Someone asked, "Isn't that what everyone does?" The monk replied, "No. When others eat, their minds are elsewhere. When they sleep, their hearts are restless. I am present." That is the difference between existence and living. Most of us exist, distracted, always elsewhere, always planning, regretting, remembering. The awakened one lives inside the heartbeat of now. They know that this breath, this sip of tea, this smile might never come again. And that is what makes it sacred. So the next time you eat, notice the taste, the texture, the temperature. The next time you walk, feel the rhythm of your steps, the way the ground receives you. The next time you speak, let your words arise from stillness instead of habit. Slowly, you'll find yourself living less like a machine and more like a poem. But even as you deepen into presence, do not mistake peace for passivity. Awareness does not mean apathy. The awakened heart still feels deeply. It just no longer clings to its feelings. Compassion moves it to act, but never to control. It helps because it understands, not because it needs recognition. There is strength in softness, courage in gentleness, power in surrender. The rain nourishes what the storm could never destroy. The ocean's calm is not emptiness, it is depth. When someone wrongs, you do not let bitterness grow roots in your soul. The world does not need more pain, recycled as resentment. It needs awareness, the kind that transforms anger into understanding, and understanding into wisdom. You don't need to fix people. You only need to love them in their becoming. And love sometimes means stepping away, not because you've stopped caring, but because peace is your highest act of compassion. A sage once said, "You cannot pour clean water into a muddy cup. Protect your stillness. You serve the world best when your heart is clear." Before you sleep tonight, turn off the lights and sit for a moment in the dark. Feel the weight of your body resting on the earth. Feel how the earth supports you without demand, without condition. Then whisper quietly, "I let go of control. I let go of fear. I let life move through me as the river moves through the valley." And as you breathe, imagine the river winding patient, unstoppable, carving mountains with time, not with force. That river is you. You don't need to rush. You don't need to know what comes next. The water doesn't ask the rock to move. It flows around it. The river doesn't question its path. It simply continues. And so will you. Because peace is not an ending you reach. It's the current that has been carrying you all along. There is a point in every seeker's life when you stop asking for life to be easy and start asking for it to be real. Ease is temporary, but truth endures. And truth, though, it can be tender, raw, even painful, is the only ground that never shifts beneath your feet. When you choose truth over comfort, you begin to live not as a dreamer escaping the storm, but as the storm itself, vast, alive, inseparable from the sky. We are taught to chase light, but in the pursuit of it, we often reject half of what we are. We run from our darkness, labeling it wrong, unspiritual, unworthy. Yet the Buddha's path is not about rejecting the shadow. It is about seeing it clearly without fear. The shadow is not your enemy. It is simply the part of you that still longs for understanding. Think of the night sky. It is darkness that makes the stars visible. Without it, even light would have nowhere to shine. In the same way, your pain creates the space where compassion can be born. When you meet your own suffering with awareness, you plant the seed of empathy for every other being who suffers. There is a story of a young monk who asked his master, "Why must I face my fears when I could simply avoid them through meditation?" The master took him to a lake and said, "Look into the water. What do you see? My reflection. Now stir the water." "It's gone." The monk replied. "Exactly," said the master. "That is what happens when you try to suppress your fear. The surface looks calm, but you cannot see yourself clearly. Let it settle. Watch the ripples pass. Only then will you see what was always there." Meditation is not escape. It is intimacy with yourself. It is the courage to sit with your own fire until you realize the flame was never meant to burn you, only to illuminate you. True transformation begins when you stop asking, "How do I get rid of this?" and start asking, "What is this showing me?" Each emotion is a messenger. Anger reveals where you feel powerless. Sadness shows what you value deeply. Fear points to where trust is needed. If you listen instead of run, each feeling becomes a doorway into wisdom. In the scriptures, the Buddha compared the mind to a garden. What you plant grows. If you plant seeds of resentment, you harvest suffering. If you plant mindfulness, you harvest peace. But even weeds, if observed without judgment, can teach you something. They show you where the soil of your heart still needs care. So tend your inner garden gently. Don't pull out emotions by force. Don't curse the weeds for growing. Simply see them. Water what brings clarity, and let what no longer serves you wither by itself. Awareness is the sun that heals all things. There's another story. A monk carried 2 bowls of water. One he stirred constantly, the other he let sit. At the end of the day, the stirred bowl was muddy. The still one reflected the moon. This, he said, is the difference between reacting and observing. When you react, you stir the mind. When you observe, you allow clarity to return. Observation is not inaction, it's conscious action. It's choosing response over reflex awareness, over impulse. It's the stillness that precedes wise movement. The next time someone says something hurtful, notice the space before your response. Feel the heat of reaction rising, then breathe. That pause is where your peace lives. The world may shout, but you can choose to whisper. The world may rush, but you can choose to move slowly. The Buddha's strength was not in resistance, but in serenity. His power came from the stillness that could not be shaken. You can cultivate the same power, one breath at a time. Let's talk about forgiveness. It is one of the hardest lessons and the most freeing. Forgiveness is not about forgetting what happened or excusing it. It's about reclaiming your freedom from what happened. When you refuse to forgive, you stay chained to the past. When you forgive, you unlock the door of your own heart. A man once came to the Buddha raging with anger and spat at him. The disciples gasped, ready to defend their master. But the Buddha remained calm. He wiped his face and said, "Thank you, I will receive your anger as a gift. Tomorrow, if you wish, you may bring another." The man returned the next day, trembling with shame. "How could you remain so calm?" he asked. The Buddha replied, "When someone offers you a gift and you refuse it, who does it belong to?" "To the giver," said the man. "Exactly," said the Buddha. "I refused your gift of anger. You too can learn to refuse the gifts of anger, fear, and resentment that others try to hand you, not by fighting them, but by not accepting them. Peace is not the absence of conflict. It's the refusal to participate in conflict that harms the soul. Try this practice. Before you sleep, recall one moment of the day that stirred discomfort, an argument, a judgment, a fear. Breathe deeply and silently say, "I release this. It no longer defines me." Then place your hand on your chest and whisper, "May I be at peace. May they be at peace." Do this not as ritual, but as remembrance. Every release clears the path for grace to enter. Every breath of forgiveness makes room for freedom. When you forgive, you return to your natural state, openness. You stop being the clenched fist and become the open hand. And an open hand can hold the entire sky. Tonight, let your mind rest like the moon upon still water. Let your heart expand like the ocean under starlight. You do not need to understand every wave. You only need to trust that the tide knows where it's going. Whisper softly, "I am the watcher, not the wound. I am the light that sees through darkness. I am not seeking peace. I am remembering it." And as you drift into rest, know this: the path was never about reaching perfection. It was always about remembering your wholeness, the still, silent center that has never been broken, never been separate, never been lost. There comes a quiet morning on the spiritual path, not filled with visions or revelations, but with a stillness that feels so simple you almost overlook it. It's the moment when your heart no longer burns to find something because it has learned to be with everything. This is the beginning of peace, not as a destination, but as a natural state that was only ever hidden by striving. At first, awakening feels like a pursuit. You meditate, you read, you seek, hoping to capture enlightenment as if it were a rare bird that might land if you sit perfectly still. But true awakening arrives when you stop reaching and start resting. It doesn't come as thunder. It comes as breath, soft, familiar, inevitable. One day you'll realize that everything you were chasing, freedom, meaning, belonging, has been quietly waiting beneath your own ribs, in the steady rhythm of your heart. The Buddha once said, "Peace comes from within. Do not seek it without." These words are not an instruction to withdraw from life, but an invitation to meet life from within your still center, to let peace move through your actions, your words, your very presence. When peace is rooted in being, not in circumstance, no storm can uproot it. A student once asked his master, "How can I know when I am truly at peace?" The master replied, "When even the noise of the world sounds like music." At first, this seems impossible. How could chaos sound like music? But what he meant was, this peace is not the absence of noise. It's the ability to hear harmony beneath it. When you are aligned with the flow of life, even difficulty carries rhythm. Even loss has its melody. Try this the next time life feels noisy in traffic, in conversation, in confusion. Close your eyes for a moment and listen not to the sound, but to the space holding the sound. Beneath every noise, there is silence. That silence is the same stillness that lives within you. When you live from that stillness, you become like a tree in the wind. It moves, but its roots remain. You can bend without breaking, speak without shouting, act without reacting. The world doesn't need more noise, it needs more rooted souls. The Buddha compared the human mind to a lute. When the strings are too tight, it snaps. When too loose, it cannot sing. Balance is the key. Too much striving leads to exhaustion. Too little discipline leads to stagnation. The art of life is tuning yourself gently day by day until your tone is true, not loud, not silent, but in harmony with existence. Ask yourself, where am I too tight? Where am I too loose? Perhaps you push too hard to control outcomes, or maybe you drift without direction. Both are forms of imbalance. True freedom lies not in extremes, but in alignment, the middle path that honors both stillness and movement, effort and ease. A monk once asked his teacher, "How long will it take me to reach enlightenment?" The teacher replied, 10 years. "What if I try harder?" asked the monk. "Then 20 years," said the teacher. The harder you chase awakening, the further it moves away. Why? Because striving implies you are incomplete, that you must become something else. But enlightenment is not about becoming. It's about seeing that you already are. When you stop trying to be spiritual, spirituality begins to live through you. It's in how you tie your shoes, how you look at the sunrise, how you forgive without being asked. Ordinary acts done with full awareness become sacred rituals. If you can be completely present washing a single bowl, you have already understood the essence of meditation. If you can breathe consciously while someone else is angry, you have touched compassion. If you can find gratitude even in pain, you have glimpsed liberation. You don't need a monastery to practice the way. The world is your monastery. The marketplace, the kitchen, the crowded street. These are your temples. The people you meet, the emotions you feel, the moments you endure. These are your teachers. Each challenge is an initiation. Each joy is a blessing. Both lead to awakening if met with awareness. But awareness without love can become cold. So the next step of the path is compassion, not as sentiment, but as understanding. Compassion doesn't mean allowing harm. It means seeing clearly enough to respond without hatred. It is the softness that coexists with clarity. There's an old saying, wisdom without compassion is dry. Compassion without wisdom is blind. Together, they form the wings of enlightenment. One gives you sight, the other gives you flight. Try this practice. When you meet someone, friend or stranger, silently think, just like me, they want to be happy. Just like me, they wish to be free from suffering. You don't need to say it aloud. The intention itself transforms how you see them. Judgment dissolves. Connection awakens. And the more you practice seeing others this way, the more you'll realize that the boundaries between self and other were illusions all along. A master once said to his disciple, "The greatest prayer is not for peace, but for the capacity to bring peace wherever you go." You don't need to wait for the world to calm down to feel calm. You can be the still point in the turning world. When others shout, you can listen. When others rush, you can move with care. When others despair, you can remind them gently that all things, even this pain, will pass. This is how peace spreads, not through grand gestures, but through quiet presence, through one kind act, one mindful breath, one heart that stays open when it could have closed. So tonight, before you sleep, place your hand on your heart and whisper, "I no longer chase peace, I embody it. I no longer seek light, I remember I am it." Then breathe slowly. Feel your heart rise and fall like the tide, the ancient rhythm of the universe breathing through you. In that breath, everything is forgiven. Everything belongs. Everything is whole. And as the night deepens, may you rest in the truth that nothing is missing, nothing is broken, nothing is separate. Because peace isn't something you find at the end of the path. Peace is the path, and you are already walking it. There is a moment when the noise of the world fades, not because it has grown quieter, but because your soul has stopped shouting back. That is the beginning of real peace, not silence around you, but silence within you, a silence that listens more than it speaks, that understands more than it needs to know. Many people mistake peace for the absence of struggle, but true peace is born from intimacy with struggle. It is not about escaping chaos, but about becoming so steady that even chaos bows before your stillness. The Buddha did not promise us a world without storms. He taught us how to be the calm center that no storm can shake. Peace begins the moment you stop needing life to be different. That doesn't mean you become passive or indifferent. It means you accept that reality is already happening, and that resistance only multiplies suffering. The river does not argue with the rocks in its path, it flows around them. Likewise, peace is not the absence of obstacles, but the graceful movement through them. A student once asked, "Master, how do I stop the waves of my thoughts?" The master replied, "You cannot stop the waves, but you can learn to surf." Meditation is not about forcing the mind to be empty. It's about learning to stay balanced atop its movement. The mind will always produce thoughts, that is its nature. But you are not the thoughts. You are the awareness that watches them rise and fall like the moon reflected on the water, never disturbed, only mirrored. So the next time your mind feels restless, don't fight it. Sit quietly, breathe, watch the waves, let them crash, let them settle, and when they do, you will notice something. The ocean never stopped being vast and calm beneath its surface. Your mind, too, has that depth. In the Dhammapada, the Buddha said, "Better than 1,000 hollow words is one word that brings peace." This is not only about speech, it's about how we live. The world is full of noise of words shouted without awareness, of actions done without presence. But one mindful word, one compassionate act, can echo louder than all the noise combined. When you speak, ask yourself, does this add peace or take it away? When you act, ask, does this open the heart or close it? Every choice you make is a thread in the tapestry of your inner world. If you choose peace in small moments, you weave stillness into your being until it becomes the fabric of who you are. A woman once came to a Zen master and asked, "How do I make the world more peaceful?" He smiled and replied, "Go home and make your heart peaceful. The external world mirrors the internal one. Nations fight because individuals do. Families break because hearts close. But one calm person, one clear soul can change the energy of an entire room simply by being present. You don't need to convince anyone. Just be what you wish the world to become." Let us talk of surrender, not as defeat, but as sacred strength. In the West, surrender is misunderstood as giving up. In the Buddha's way, surrender means trusting the law of impermanence, letting go of your grip on what you cannot control. The lotus doesn't fight the current. The clouds don't resist the sky. Everything flows, transforms, and renews, except the mind that insists, "This should not be." When you surrender, life begins to carry you instead of drag you. There's a parable about a man who fell into a river and panicked, thrashing and gasping. The more he fought, the deeper he sank. Then he remembered to stop. He relaxed, floated, and discovered the current was carrying him safely to the shore. That is the wisdom of surrender. The moment you stop fighting the current, you realize it was always guiding you home. Try this reflection. When something in your life feels out of control, a relationship, a dream, a plan, pause and ask, what would happen if I stopped forcing and started trusting? You might notice that much of your suffering doesn't come from what's happening, but from the stories you tell yourself about what's happening. The mind says, "This shouldn't be." The heart whispers, "This is what is." Peace lives in the heart's whisper. You can practice surrender even in small ways, by releasing the need to be right in an argument, by allowing the day to unfold without a rigid plan, by forgiving someone before they ask. Each act of surrender softens the grip of the ego and opens space for grace to enter. Remember, this surrender does not mean you stop caring. It means you stop carrying what was never yours. You can care deeply and still let go. You can love someone and still allow them to walk their own path. You can work toward your dreams without believing your worth depends on them. The hands that are open can receive. The ones that cling can only hold on to what is slipping away. As the Buddha said, you only lose what you cling to. When you finally let go, not with despair, but with trust, something extraordinary happens. Life begins to move through you effortlessly, like wind through bamboo. You become a flute through which the universe plays its song. So tonight, before you rest, sit quietly with your breath. Feel the rise and fall of your chest. Feel the rhythm of your own aliveness. Whisper softly, "I release what I cannot control. I forgive what I cannot change. I trust what I cannot yet see." And as you breathe, imagine the whole universe breathing with you, a vast rhythmic flow of giving and receiving. The stars do not cling to their light. They shine because that is their nature. You too were born to shine, not to control, not to perfect, but simply to be. In letting go, you don't lose yourself. You return to yourself vast, luminous, and free. At a certain depth of understanding, you begin to see that nothing in life is truly wasted, no mistake, no heartbreak, no silence. Everything you've lived through was not punishment, but preparation. Every loss, every delay, Every detour was carving space within you so that wisdom could enter. The soul doesn't grow in comfort. It expands in the fires of impermanence. Buddhism calls this truth anicca, the law of change. Everything you love will transform. Everything you fear will pass. Everything you resist will one day dissolve. It sounds tragic to the unawakened mind, but to the wise, it is liberation. Because if everything changes, then suffering too cannot last. Impermanence is the universe's greatest mercy. It means the night will end, the wound will heal, and the tears you shed today will become the water that nourishes your tomorrow. Nothing stays forever, not pain, not joy, not even the idea of who you think you are. And that is precisely what makes life beautiful. A student once asked his master, "Why does life take away everything I love?" The master smiled and said, "So that you learn to love without possession." Love, when seen through wisdom, is not about holding on, it's about witnessing. It's the ability to look at a flower and know it will wilt, yet still let its fragrance fill your heart. It's holding a moment gently enough that when it leaves, you can bow instead of beg. The heart that truly loves does not cling. It blesses. It doesn't say, "Stay with me forever," but "Thank you for being here." This is the freedom of non-attachment, the love that liberates instead of binds. The Buddha didn't teach us to detach from love, but to detach from the fear of losing it. Because when you no longer fear the ending, you are finally free to love completely. Imagine this. You're standing on the shore holding sand in your hand. If you squeeze tightly, it slips away. But if you open your palm, the sand stays. The same is true of peace, of love, of life itself. It cannot be grasped. It can only be received. The practice then is not control, but surrender, a soft alert allowing. Not indifference, but intimacy without ownership. Try this reflection. When you love someone or something, whisper silently, "May you be free." Not "may you stay," not "may you belong to me," but "may you be free." That blessing alone turns attachment into compassion, possession into prayer. The mind fears impermanence because it seeks security. But the heart understands that the only real security is in acceptance. When you stop demanding permanence from a world built on change, suffering dissolves. A monk once held up a glass before his students and said, "To me, this glass is already broken. I enjoy it fully, but when it falls and shatters, I will smile because I saw its end from the beginning." That is how the wise live, fully without denial, yet free from despair. They drink from the cup of life, knowing it is fragile, and that very fragility makes every sip sacred. What if you could live this way? What if you could walk through your days, knowing everything is already changing, already passing, already precious? You would hold nothing too tightly and waste nothing at all. You would stop postponing your joy until tomorrow. Stop saying, "I'll be happy when," and instead whisper, "I am grateful now." Gratitude is the practice that transforms impermanence into peace. It takes the fleeting and makes it eternal by noticing it fully. Every time you say thank you to the sun, to a stranger, to your own breath, you anchor yourself in the only place that truly exists, this moment. The Buddha called this mindfulness, but it is also love in its purest form, love for reality as it is. Try this each morning. Before you rise, place a hand over your heart and name 3 things that make this moment enough. Don't search for grand blessings. Let them be small: the warmth of your bed, the sound of birds, the gift of waking up at all. do this not to deny life's hardships, but to remember that even within hardship, there is something to be grateful for. Gratitude doesn't erase pain, it transforms it into awareness. As you walk through your day, notice how everything breathes in rhythm, the trees swaying the clouds, drifting the people passing. You are part of that same rhythm. The universe is not happening to you. It is happening through you. When the day grows heavy, whisper inwardly, I am a wave in the ocean of life. I rise, I fall, I return. This remembrance frees you from the illusion of separation. It reminds you that your joy and your pain are not isolated. They belong to the vast movement of existence. You are not broken. You are unfolding. And so tonight, before you close your eyes, imagine all the moments of your life. The laughter, the tears, the mistakes, the miracles floating around you, like lanterns on a river. Watch how they drift, glowing softly, each one perfect in its impermanence. Whisper to them one by one, thank you for teaching me. Thank you for passing through. Then breathe deeply and let the river carry them away, because this is what it means to live awake, to hold nothing, to lose nothing, to be everything for just this breath. Impermanence is not the enemy of love. It is the proof that love was real. It is the reason we bow, the reason we care, the reason we say thank you before the moment fades. And when you understand that not with your mind, but with your whole being, you will finally see that nothing ever truly ends. At a certain depth of silence, you begin to see that everything you once called mine was never yours, to keep not your success, not your sorrow, not even the person you believe yourself to be. Life has only ever been lending these to you, as a wave lends form to the sea. When the wave returns, the ocean does not grieve, it knows it was always water. This is the wisdom of impermanence transformed into peace, to recognize that nothing truly belongs to us, and therefore nothing can truly be lost. The more deeply you understand this, the more lightly you begin to walk through the world. The grip loosens, the heart softens, and suddenly, even pain has a strange beauty, like a rainstorm nourishing a quiet field. The Buddha said, "The gift of truth excels all other gifts. The greatest truth is this: you are never separate from anything. The divisions you believe in between yourself and others, between joy and sorrow, between life and death, are all movements within one infinite consciousness, dancing as form, and formlessness appearing and disappearing, like clouds across an endless sky." Once you understand this, fear loses its hold, because what can death take from you when you were never separate from life to begin with? A student once asked his master, "What happens when we die?" The master pointed to the river and said, "What happens when the river meets the sea?" Death is not an ending, it is a merging. The self dissolves into what it always was, the vast ocean of awareness. Birth and death are not opposites, but two sides of the same door, constantly swinging open and closed. The problem is not that life ends, but that we live as if it belongs to us. We say, "My life, my time, my breath." But the truth is, life is simply moving through you, as wind moves through trees. You are not the owner of this life. You are its witness, its instrument, its expression. To realize this is not to lose meaning, but to find deeper meaning in everything. Because when you stop trying to control life, you begin to participate in its mystery. There is a story told of two monks walking in silence. They come to a river where a woman is struggling to cross. One monk immediately carries her across. On his back, sets her down and continues walking. Hours later, the other monk bursts out, "You shouldn't have touched that woman. It's against our vows." The first monk smiles gently and says, "I put her down hours ago. Why are you still carrying her?" That is how most of us live, carrying what should have been set down long ago. Old wounds, old arguments, old identities. The mind clings to the past, replaying the same story until the weight becomes unbearable. Let this be your reminder. You cannot walk freely while dragging yesterday behind you. If someone has hurt you, wish them well, not for their sake, but for your own peace. If you have failed, bow to the lesson and move on. If you have loved and lost, bless the memory and open your hands. The past has done its work. Let it rest. Each breath is a new lifetime. Each inhale is birth. Each exhale is death. Learn to die to every moment gracefully so that you can live the next one fully. The path to awakening is not about becoming more spiritual. It is about becoming more simple. Each layer you shed, each belief, each fear, each identity reveals what has been here all along. Awareness itself, pure and unbroken. You don't need to reach higher planes or collect mystical experiences. You only need to unlearn everything that tells you you are separate from what you seek. A disciple once said to his teacher, "I am seeking enlightenment." The teacher laughed. "You are like a man standing in the ocean searching for water. Everywhere you look, it is already here. The sound of your breath, the flicker of candlelight, the laughter of a child. All of these are sacred scriptures if you learn how to listen. The ordinary is not opposed to the divine. It is the divine wearing the disguise of daily life. To live in awareness is to treat everything, joy and sorrow, gain and loss, even the mundane, as teachers. The broken cup teaches impermanence. The cold wind teaches acceptance. The smile of a stranger teaches connection. The delay, the illness, the silence, all are sutras written by existence itself. The wise don't ask, "Why is this happening to me?" They ask, "What is this showing me?" When you live like this, life stops being something that happens to you and becomes something that happens for you. An unfolding symphony in which every note, even the dissonant ones, belongs. Try this simple meditation. At the end of the day, close your eyes and review your moments, not to judge them, but to thank them. Whisper softly, "Thank you, joy, for teaching me expansion. Thank you, pain, for teaching me depth. Thank you, silence, for teaching me truth." And as you do, feel your heart widen. Gratitude does not erase pain, but it makes even pain meaningful. One day, you will see clearly that everything you have been searching for, peace, purpose, enlightenment, has been quietly living in the stillness behind your thoughts. It was never in the future. It was never somewhere else. It was here, in the breath you're taking now. And when that realization dawns, you will laugh softly, like a wave returning to the ocean, whispering, "I was never lost." The spiritual journey ends where it began, not with new knowledge, but with a deeper silence. A silence that holds everything. So tonight, as you lay your head down, rest in that silence. Let the stories fade. Let the seeking stop. Whisper gently to yourself, "I am the ocean remembering its waves. I am the sky watching its clouds. I am home, and in that remembrance, you will know you have arrived." There is a moment on the path when you no longer seek to awaken because you finally understand you have never been asleep. The noise, the striving, the endless questions were only waves on the surface of something that was always vast, still, and awake. When the dust of doing settles, what remains is simply being. This being is not passive. It is vibrant, alive, aware of itself as everything. It looks through your eyes, breathes through your lungs, feels through your skin. You call it life, but it is beyond any name. When you stop chasing meaning, you discover that meaning has been pulsing through every heartbeat all along. The Buddha said, "Within this fathom-long body, the whole universe can be found." He wasn't speaking in poetry. He was describing reality. Everything you experience, the sky, the stars, the laughter of children, the ache of loss, all arises within the same field of awareness that you call I. The journey inward is the journey back to this truth that you were never separate, never broken, never lacking. You were only dreaming of separation, and now you are waking up. A disciple once asked, "Master, how do I find the divine?" The master replied, "Stop looking for what cannot be lost." This is the paradox of awakening. The harder you try to find truth, the further you drift from it. Seeking is born from the belief that what you seek is missing. But when the mind quiets, when the heart softens, truth reveals itself as the simplest, most intimate thing, your own awareness of this moment. Try this now. Feel your breath moving gently through you. Listen to the sounds around you. Notice the space that holds them. That space, silent, boundless, untouched, is what you truly are. Everything else, your name, your story, your successes and sorrows, are passing waves in that ocean of being. You are not the wave. You are the water itself. There's a Zen story of a man who looked into a mirror for years, trying to polish it so it would reflect perfectly. One day, his teacher said, "Stop polishing the mirror. It was never dirty." This is how we live, constantly trying to improve ourselves, fix ourselves, purify ourselves, forgetting that the essence was never impure. The stains we try to scrub away are only illusions made of thought. Beneath them, awareness shines, timeless, changeless, pure. So stop polishing. Sit in the stillness of who you are. Let the mind chatter. Let emotions pass. Don't fight. Don't flee. Simply be the one who sees. The moment you stop trying to be good enough, you realize you always were. Most suffering comes not from what happens, but from the voice that says, "This shouldn't be happening." The mind divides reality into what it wants and what it rejects, and in that division, peace is lost. But when you stop dividing, when you stop arguing with what is something extraordinary happens. Life becomes whole again. You see beauty even in pain, order even in chaos. You stop labeling moments as good or bad and begin to see them all as expressions of one unfolding truth. This doesn't make you indifferent, it makes you free. You still feel joy, you still grieve, but you no longer cling or resist. You let everything come and go as naturally as breathing. The poet Ryokan once wrote, "Spring blossoms fall, summer the cuckoo sings, autumn the moon shines, winter snow falls, each season perfect in its own way." That is enlightenment in daily life, not floating above the world, but being deeply immersed in it, seeing each season, each emotion, each moment as perfect in its imperfection. Even pain has its purpose. The tear that falls waters compassion. The ache in your chest opens the door to understanding. The loss that breaks your heart breaks it open to love everything more tenderly. Practice this awareness gently. When joy comes, say, "Ah, joy has come." When sorrow comes, say, "Ah, sorrow has come." Don't hold either. Don't push either away. Be like the mountain that welcomes every cloud. Over time, you'll notice something miraculous. The clouds pass, but the mountain remains. You are that mountain. The passing emotions are just weather. When you stop identifying with the weather and remember you are the sky, peace arises naturally. It doesn't come from effort. It comes from recognition. A monk once said, "I have stopped seeking heaven. I walk through it every day." Heaven is not somewhere else. It is the awareness that sees beauty in what already is: the smile of a stranger, the softness of rain, the warmth of sunlight on your face. When your attention is here now, you realize heaven was never hidden, only overlooked. The Buddha taught that enlightenment is not supernatural. It is supremely natural. It's the simple, direct seeing of life as it is without the filters of judgment and desire. When you live from this seeing, every step becomes prayer, every act becomes meditation, every breath becomes communion. Tonight, before you sleep, sit quietly in the dark. Let the breath slow. Let the heart rest. Then whisper softly, "I am not the seeker nor the found. I am the awareness in which both appear." Feel that truth spread through you like light in still water. You are not on a journey to become something greater. You are on a journey to remember that you already are everything. And when you finally stop searching, you will find that what remains is peace. Peace so simple, so intimate, so obvious that it feels like coming home after lifetimes of wandering. You were never lost. You were only dreaming you were separate. Now wake gently. The world is waiting for you, whole and luminous. There is a softening that happens when you begin to see the world, not through the eyes of fear, but through the eyes of awareness. Fear divides. It says me and them, this and that, right and wrong. But awareness unites. It looks at everything, the joy, the grief, the chaos, and whispers, "This too belongs." When the Buddha taught compassion, he was not speaking about pity or sentimentality. Compassion in its truest form is the understanding that there is no other. When you see deeply, you realize that every being's suffering is your own, and every being's joy echoes in your own heart. That realization changes how you move through the world. You stop needing to win arguments because you no longer see the other person as an enemy. You stop judging strangers because you recognize their confusion as your own, just in a different disguise. You stop clinging to being right because you see that everyone in their own way is simply trying to escape suffering, even those who cause it. The mind may say, but they are wrong. The heart of wisdom answers, perhaps, but they are also human. A story tells of the Buddha walking through a village where people insulted him. One man spat at him and said, "You are a fraud." The Buddha wiped his face calmly and replied, "If someone offers you a gift and you do not accept it, to whom does the gift belong? To the one who offered it," the man muttered. Then said the Buddha, "I do not accept your anger. To not accept another's anger is not arrogance. It is awareness. It means you understand that pain passed forward only multiplies suffering. The cycle ends not with retaliation, but with refusal. Not the refusal to feel, but the refusal to fuel. You do not need to return every blow. You do not need to answer every attack. Silence can be the loudest form of wisdom, but compassion must begin with yourself. You cannot pour from an empty cup. Many seekers forget this and try to save the world while drowning in their own self-judgment. They speak kindly to others but cruelly to themselves. Buddhism teaches that metta, loving kindness, begins within. It starts with the simple recognition that you too are worthy of the tenderness you give so freely to others. So the next time you catch yourself saying, "I'm not enough," or "I should be better," pause. Place your hand on your chest and whisper, May I be kind to myself in this moment. You don't need to be perfect to deserve your own compassion. You only need to be honest. Every breath you take is proof that life still trusts you, even when you have forgotten to trust yourself. Try this practice tonight. Sit quietly and repeat softly, "May I be safe. May I be peaceful. May I live with ease." Then imagine someone you love and say, "May you be safe. May you be peaceful. May you live with ease." And finally, imagine someone who has hurt you, and if your heart allows, whisper the same words. This practice is not for them. It is for you. It frees you from the poison of resentment and returns you to the clarity of love. You don't have to feel love to wish it. The intention alone begins the healing. A monk once said, "Compassion is not about fixing others. It's about understanding them." When you see clearly, you realize that most harm in the world comes not from evil, but from ignorance, from people asleep in their pain, acting out of blindness. You too have done this. This realization does not excuse wrongdoing, but it invites forgiveness. And forgiveness in its highest form is simply seeing with understanding. It is said that after his enlightenment, the Buddha looked upon the world with tears in his eyes, not tears of despair, but of boundless compassion. He saw suffering everywhere, but also saw the potential for awakening in every being. That is the gaze of wisdom, one that holds both sorrow and hope at once. When your heart opens this way, the world begins to soften around you. Even in hardship, you sense something sacred moving through the cracks. You start to see that pain and beauty are not opposites, but two petals of the same flower. The more deeply you love, the more tenderly you will ache, and both are signs that you are alive. So do not close your heart to avoid suffering. A closed heart may avoid pain, but it also misses joy. Let it break open if it must. The light only enters where there are cracks. If you've been hurt, don't rush to cover the wound. Sit with it. Listen to what it's teaching you. Pain has its own wisdom. It shows you where love still longs to be freed. A traveler once asked a monk, "Why do you smile so often, even when life is difficult?" The monk replied, "Because I have learned to see pain as proof that I can still feel. To feel deeply is not a curse, it is the doorway to awakening. The one who cannot feel cannot understand. The one who feels fully learns compassion. So when sadness visits, bow to it. When joy visits, bow again. Both are holy guests. Both are mirrors reflecting the same truth, that you are awake, that you are alive, that you are capable of love." Before you rest tonight, take a deep breath. Feel the weight of the day leave your body with each exhale. Then whisper softly, "I forgive myself for the ways I have hurt myself in ignorance. I forgive others for the ways they have hurt me in theirs." May we all awaken gently. As you breathe, imagine the light of compassion expanding in your chest, spreading beyond your body, filling the room, touching the world. That light, soft, silent, endless, is your true nature. It asks for nothing, fears nothing, excludes nothing. It simply shines. And the more you let it shine, the less there will be you and them, pain and peace. There will only be the quiet radiance of understanding, the gentle knowing that everything has always belonged. At some point on the path, you begin to see that awakening is not a lightning bolt from the heavens. It is a slow dawn that rises quietly within. There is no single moment of arrival, only the gradual softening of illusion, the melting of resistance, the remembering of what has always been true. The light doesn't rush. It simply fills what is ready to receive it. And in the same way, you don't need to force your awakening. You only need to stop hiding from it. Every time you pause before reacting, every time you choose kindness over pride, every time you breathe through discomfort instead of fleeing from it, that is awakening. Small, quiet moments that seem ordinary, but are in truth holy. We imagine enlightenment as transcendence, but it's far more intimate than that. It's the way you look at a stranger and see yourself, the way you hold your grief without judgment, the way you whisper thank you even as you let go. A student once asked the Buddha, "What did you gain from meditation?" The Buddha replied, "Nothing." "Then what did you lose?" the student asked. The Buddha smiled. "Illusion, ignorance, and fear. This is the essence of awakening, not gaining something new, but shedding what was never real." You lose the idea that you are small. You lose the belief that you are separate. You lose the habit of running from what hurts, and in that losing, you find something vast, silent, and unshakable, your true self. You begin to notice that life is not happening to you. It is happening as you. The wind moves, the rain falls, the heart beats, and all of it is one continuous movement of the same divine rhythm. You are not a person observing the world. You are the awareness through which the world is seen. There's a story of a monk sweeping the temple floor. A visitor asked, "Why sweep every day? It will only get dirty again." The monk smiled. "I do not sweep to clean the floor. I sweep to clean my mind. The task doesn't matter. The presence does. Whatever you do, washing dishes, walking to work, listening to a friend, can be meditation if done with full awareness. The awakened one doesn't wait for sacred moments. They make every moment sacred. When you eat, eat with gratitude. When you work, work with intention. When you rest, rest completely. When you love, love without clinging. In this way, the ordinary becomes the path, and every act becomes a prayer. The mind, of course, will resist this simplicity. It craves drama, conflict, identity. It whispers, "You are not there yet. You must do more, know more, be more." But awareness doesn't need to be achieved. It only needs to be recognized. You don't need to fight the mind. You only need to stop believing everything it says. The thoughts will come, let them. The feelings will rise, allow them. Just keep returning to the one who watches. That watcher, calm, present, unchanging, is your true home. The body ages, the emotions change, the mind shifts, but the watcher remains. It is the same awareness that looked through your eyes as a child that looks through them now. That is who you are, not the story, but the seeing. Try this simple practice throughout your day. Ask quietly, who is aware of this moment? When you are joyful, who is aware of the joy? When you are sad, who is aware of the sadness? When you are thinking, who is aware of the thought? Each time you ask the question, points you back to awareness itself. And in that recognition, you'll feel a subtle shift from being the waves to being the ocean, from being the noise to being the silence that holds it. This is not philosophy, it is liberation. There's an old saying in Zen, before enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. After enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. Enlightenment doesn't remove you from the world, it roots you more deeply in it. You still work, you still laugh, you still feel pain. But the difference is, you no longer mistake any of it for who you are. When sadness comes, you welcome it as a guest. When joy visits you, share tea with it. When silence arrives, you rest in it. And when the noise returns, you smile, knowing that silence was never truly gone, only hidden. A monk once said, "The awakened mind is not special. It is ordinary mind, freed from confusion." That is what true peace looks like, not detachment from life, but deep intimacy with it. You feel everything, but you are owned by nothing. You love fully, but you do not cling. You move through the world gently, with the quiet confidence of one who knows they belong to everything. When you live this way, the world responds. Animals sense your calm. Strangers soften in your presence. Even the wind seems to move differently around you, as if bowing in quiet recognition. Tonight before you sleep, sit in the dark for a few moments. Feel the breath rise and fall, steady and ancient. Listen to the stillness between each inhale and exhale, that space that silence is the doorway to the infinite. Whisper inwardly, I am not the storm. I am the sky. I am not the noise. I am the stillness beneath it. I am not becoming. I am being. Then let the words fade. Let even the desire to awaken dissolve. Because awakening is not something you achieve, it is something that happens when you finally stop trying to awaken. In the end, you will see. There was never anything to find, only something to remember, and that something is you, vast, clear, and free. There comes a sacred stillness in the journey, not a silence of absence, but a silence full of presence. It's the kind of stillness that doesn't demand answers, because it has learned to rest in the mystery. When the heart no longer wrestles with why, it begins to awaken to what is. That is the moment you stop trying to understand life and begin to trust it. The Buddha once said, "Faith is the beginning of all wisdom," not faith in the sense of blind belief, but faith as openness, the courage to release your need to control and to allow existence to unfold as it will. You begin to realize that your trust doesn't have to be in outcomes, but in awareness itself, in your ability to stay present through whatever arises. When a storm comes, the tree doesn't curse the rain, it bows. That bowing is wisdom. It is humility before the great unfolding. The awakened heart knows when to act and when to allow, when to speak and when to be silent. That rhythm, that balance is the heartbeat of the universe moving through you. A monk once asked his teacher, "How can I learn to trust life?" The teacher replied, "By watching how the river flows. If you observe a river long enough, you'll see that it doesn't resist obstacles, it simply flows around them. It doesn't panic when blocked, it finds another path. The river trusts the pull of gravity, the inevitable journey toward the ocean. It doesn't need a map, its nature is direction. You too are that river. The mind may resist, but life is always guiding you home. Even your detours are part of the route. What looks like a mistake today may be the exact bend needed to carry you toward your truth tomorrow. So the next time something doesn't go as planned, breathe, ask not, "Why is this happening?" but "Where is this taking me?" That shift alone turns fear into faith, chaos into curiosity. Trust doesn't mean passivity. It means moving without the anxiety of control. You still act, but from alignment, not from fear. You still plan, but with the understanding that plans are offerings, not guarantees. There's an old Zen saying, "When I let go of who I am, I become what I might be." Letting go is not losing yourself. It's giving yourself back to life. It's remembering that your purpose isn't something to be found, but something to be lived moment by moment, breath by breath. When you stop forcing your path, you begin to walk it naturally. Each step becomes guided not by desire or fear, but by the quiet intelligence of presence. A traveler once met a wise hermit and asked, "How do I know if I'm on the right path?" The hermit smiled and said, "If you're awake in your steps, every path is right." That is the essence of the Buddha's teaching. The path is not somewhere else. The path is the walking itself. What matters is not where you go, but how you go. Walk with awareness. Walk with kindness. Walk with no need to arrive, because every step taken in mindfulness is already home. But trust is not only needed in motion, it is also needed in waiting. The modern mind fears stillness. It confuses nothing happening with something wrong. Yet nature teaches otherwise. The seed rests in darkness before it breaks open into light. The moon disappears before it becomes full again. Waiting is not emptiness, it is gestation. It is the quiet preparation for what is yet unseen. If you are in a season of uncertainty, waiting for direction, for healing, for clarity, remember this: you are not stuck, you are ripening. What feels like stagnation is often the stillness before transformation. Try this the next time impatience rises. Place a hand on your heart and whisper, "Even this is part of the path." Feel how the body softens when you stop demanding movement and allow being. That softness is the doorway to trust. The more you trust, the lighter you become. You stop gripping life like a rope that burns your hands. You begin to hold it like a bird, gently with care, but without the need to cage it. When you stop fighting the flow, peace arrives not as an achievement, but as your natural state. The Buddha called this samasati, right mindfulness, the awareness that walks hand in hand with right view and right effort. Not rigid discipline, but graceful participation in life's rhythm. The awakened one doesn't control the song, they learn to dance with it. A student once asked Master, "What does peace feel like?" The Master replied, "Like the moment after a long exhale." Think of that, the relief, the release, the surrender. Peace is not a reward for effort. It is what remains when effort falls away. You don't create peace, you uncover it. It was always beneath the noise. Try this meditation. Close your eyes. Breathe deeply. On each exhale, imagine releasing one layer of control. Let go of your expectations. Let go of your timelines. Let go of your idea of what peace should look like. Keep letting go until there's nothing left to release, only breath, only awareness, only now. In that moment, you'll feel it, a stillness so vast that even thought bows before it. That is peace. That is trust. Before you sleep tonight, whisper gently to yourself, "I trust the timing of my life. I trust the wisdom of what I cannot yet see. I trust the path even when I can't see the road ahead." And as you rest, imagine yourself as a leaf on the surface of a river, floating, guided, effortless. The current knows where it's going. You were never meant to steer the river. You were meant to surrender to its song. And when you do, you realize the river was never separate from you. You are both the flow and the stillness, both the leaf and the water, both the seeker and the path. At a certain depth of awareness, you begin to sense that life has always been whispering to you, through the rustle of trees, through moments of joy and pain, through every person who has crossed your path. It was never silent. You were simply listening too loudly to your own thoughts to hear it. When you finally grow still enough, the whispers become clear. Everything you seek is already within you. That is the secret the sages have been repeating for thousands of years. The truth is not hidden behind temples or teachings, it lives in the quiet space between your thoughts. Enlightenment is not something you find at the top of a mountain. It's what's revealed when the fog of illusion clears. The Buddha called this satipanya, the union of mindfulness and wisdom. To see clearly is to understand that nothing was ever missing, and nothing needs to be added. Life is not a puzzle to solve. It's a mystery to live, and when you live it fully, even without answers, you begin to taste freedom. There's a story of a monk who carried a mirror wherever he went. One day, a young man asked, "Why do you carry that mirror? Are you vain?" The monk smiled and said, "I carry it to remind myself to look within. When I am angry, I look. When I am joyful, I look. When I am lost, I look. The mirror never lies." That mirror is awareness. Every time you look within instead of outward, every time you turn from blame to reflection, you polish the mirror of your soul. And with each breath of mindfulness, the reflection becomes clearer, until one day you see your own face shining with the same light you've been seeking in the stars. Awareness is not about control. It's about intimacy. It's seeing your emotions, your fears, your desires, not as enemies, but as waves on the surface of consciousness. You don't fight the waves. You observe them. You learn their rhythm, and eventually, you learn to ride them. Modern life has taught us to run from discomfort, to scroll it away, numb it, bury it beneath distractions. But the Buddha taught the opposite, to turn toward it, to sit quietly in the fire and ask, "What are you trying to teach me?" When you stay present with pain long enough, it transforms. It reveals its true face, not as punishment, but as purification. Like gold refined in flame, the heart becomes stronger, purer, more radiant through what it endures. Pain, too, is a teacher. It doesn't speak in words, but it guides through transformation. It strips away illusion. It forces humility. It deepens compassion. If joy expands the heart suffering hollows, it's so that when joy returns, there is more room for it to stay. So don't rush to escape your darkness. Sit with it. Breathe through it. The night is not the end of the day. It is its completion. There's an old saying, "The lotus grows in the mud." We love the flower, but forget the soil that gives it life. Without the mud, there would be no bloom. Without the darkness, there would be no light to see. The same is true for you. Every hardship you've endured has been preparing the ground for your awakening. When the heart breaks, something sacred enters through the cracks. When you lose what you thought you needed, you make space for what your soul truly longs for. When everything falls apart, only what is real remains. In this way, even suffering becomes holy, not because it's pleasant, but because it's purposeful. The Buddha once said, "No one saves us but ourselves. No one can, and no one may. We ourselves must walk the path." That doesn't mean you walk alone. It means that awakening cannot be borrowed. No teacher, no scripture, no belief can do the work for you. Guidance can point the way, but your own awareness must walk it. Each breath is a step. Each moment of presence is a prayer. And the deeper you walk, the more you realize there was never a path to begin with, only the unfolding of awareness itself, like a flower opening in slow motion. There is nothing to reach, because you have never been apart from the destination. A student once asked a master, "What is enlightenment?" The master smiled. "It is the end of all questions. When the mind quiets, there is nothing left to ask. The need to know dissolves, replaced by a simple wordless awe. You no longer chase meaning. You become meaning itself." In that stillness, life ceases to be a problem and becomes poetry. The wind, the laughter, the taste of tea, all are verses in the same eternal song. The enlightened heart doesn't seek to explain. It bows, it listens, it loves. Try this. Next time you find yourself searching for answers, Stop. Take a slow breath. Feel the body rise and fall. Ask softly, what if I already am what I'm looking for? And in that space, just be. Let the question dissolve into silence. That silence is not emptiness. It is fullness, a fullness too vast for words. The truth is not something to think, but something to remember. It doesn't arrive. It's revealed. It doesn't shout. It whispers. And it has been whispering to you all your life. You are already whole. You have always been enough. Welcome home. Before you rest tonight, sit quietly in the dark. Feel the rhythm of your breath, the gentle pulse of your heart. Every beat, every inhale, every exhale, all proof that life is loving you into being moment by moment. Whisper softly, I am not lost. I am learning to see. Then smile, not because everything is perfect, but because everything belongs. This is awakening, not a grand event, but a quiet remembering. Not a flame that burns, but a light that was never extinguished. And once you see it, truly see it, you realize there was never a beginning, and there will never be an end. Only this infinite now breathing as you. At a certain point in your journey, something subtle begins to change, not in the world around you, but in the way you see it. You stop chasing after what's beautiful and start recognizing beauty in everything. The broken cup, the wrinkled hands, the fading sunset, all become holy because you finally see them as they are impermanent, fragile, and therefore infinitely precious. This seeing is not sentimental. It is clarity. It's the awakening of the heart that knows how to bow before impermanence instead of fearing it. Every petal that falls, every goodbye, every wrinkle is a reminder that nothing lasts, and that is precisely why it matters. The Buddha called this anicca, the law of impermanence. Everything born must pass away. Every beginning hides an ending, and every ending carries a beginning within it. Life is not a straight line. It is a circle, a rhythm, a dance between appearing and disappearing. When you begin to live with that awareness, you no longer cling to joy or resist sorrow. You start to move with life instead of against it. You learn to bow to both sunrise and sunset with the same gratitude. There's a story of two monks watching a cherry tree bloom. One says, "How sad that these blossoms will soon fall." The other replies, "How beautiful that they bloom at all." This is the shift that changes everything from attachment to appreciation. When you stop demanding eternity from temporary things, you become free to love them fully while they're here. You can love without clinging, work without anxiety, live without needing guarantees. You can walk through life open-handed, knowing that everything that leaves is also making room for something new to arrive. The mind wants permanence, but the heart of wisdom understands flow. The river is never the same twice, yet it never stops being the river. Try this reflection. What if everything you're afraid to lose was never meant to be owned, but to be experienced? Your relationships, your achievements, your youth, even your breath, all are temporary gifts. The deeper truth is not in keeping them, but in being present while they're here. You can mourn what passes, but you don't have to curse it, because the act of disappearing is not destruction. It's transformation. The leaf doesn't die. It returns to the soil to feed new life. The candle doesn't vanish. Its flame joins the air. So it is with us. Every loss you've ever faced has been turning you into something more spacious, more compassionate, more awake. A student once asked, "Master, how can I love without attachment?" The master replied, "Love as the sun loves shining without asking anything in return. True love is not possession, it is presence. It doesn't say, "You are mine, but I am here with you." It doesn't cling. It allows. It doesn't shrink when things change. It deepens because it sees through the change to what remains constant awareness itself. When you love this way, you begin to see everyone as a traveler coming, staying for a while, and moving on. Some teach you joy, others teach you patience, a few teach you pain, but all of them are teachers. And when their lesson is complete, you bow and let them go, thankful for their visit. This kind of freedom doesn't make you indifferent. It makes you tender, because when you understand that everything is passing, you start to hold things more gently. You speak softer. You listen deeper. You stop taking moments for granted because you know how easily they fade. You begin to live not for someday, but for this breath. You start to realize that this is all there ever is: the taste of tea, the warmth of sunlight, the sound of someone's laughter, the feeling of your own heartbeat. Each is a note in the song of existence. Each disappears as soon as it arises, but the song continues. The Japanese have a word, wabi-sabi, which means beauty in imperfection, grace in impermanence. It is the art of seeing cracks not as flaws, but as openings for light. This is what the awakened heart understands: that the world is not perfect, but it is complete. That the cup chipped by time is not ruined, it is real. That the lines on your face are not proof of decay, but proof that you have lived, laughed, cried, and loved. When you stop running from imperfection, you discover the sacredness of ordinary life. The sound of rain becomes a meditation. A quiet moment of solitude becomes prayer. Every breath becomes proof that you are part of something vast and fleeting, and therefore miraculous. There is a saying in the Zen tradition: to understand eternity, hold a single moment completely. Try it now. Take a slow breath. Feel the air enter your lungs. The body expand, the heartbeat once, twice. That moment will never return. And yet in this awareness, you have touched eternity. Because eternity is not endless time. It is timeless presence. When you truly see impermanence, you stop fearing it. You stop wishing for forever. You begin to realize that forever is already happening, not in duration, but in depth. Every moment fully lived is infinite. So tonight, before you rest, sit quietly and whisper, "Thank you, impermanence, for teaching me how to love without fear. Thank you, change, for reminding me that nothing is ever truly lost. Thank you, this breath, for reminding me I am alive." Then close your eyes and feel the pulse of the universe beating softly through your chest. That rhythm, endless, silent, ancient, is life itself breathing you. You don't need to hold on to it. You only need to notice it. And in noticing, you are home. For what is enlightenment if not the art of saying thank you to every ending and bowing to every beginning with the same gentle heart? There comes a moment when you no longer ask life to be easier, only to be clearer. You stop pleading for calm seas and instead learn to sail with grace through the waves. That shift from resistance to understanding marks the quiet crossing from suffering to freedom. Suffering was never the problem. The problem was misunderstanding it. The Buddha called this dukkha, not simply pain, but the friction between what is and what we wish it to be. It is the discomfort born from our refusal to accept reality as it unfolds. Every time you say, "This shouldn't be happening," you plant the seed of dukkha. But when you whisper, "This too is part of the path," the knot begins to loosen. Freedom doesn't come from changing the circumstances. It comes from changing the way you meet them. Like a flame that dances without fighting the wind, peace is not the absence of struggle, it is the ability to stay balanced within it. A student once asked his master, "How can I end suffering?" The master replied, "Stop calling it suffering." At first, the student was confused. "But I am in pain." The master smiled. "Pain is inevitable. Suffering is optional. Pain belongs to the body. Suffering belongs to the mind. The body feels, the heart grieves, the muscles ache, the tears fall. But suffering begins when the mind says, "It shouldn't be this way." When you allow pain to simply be pain, not a punishment, not a failure, not a story, it becomes pure clean, and it moves through you like a passing rain. It is only when you resist that it lingers, hardens, and turns into suffering. So when pain arrives, don't ask, "Why me?" Ask, "What are you teaching me?" Pain is not cruelty. It is communication. It asks you to look deeper, to see where you're still clinging, where you've mistaken control for safety, where you've forgotten to trust the flow of life. There is a parable of a man walking through a forest. He steps on a thorn and cries out in anger, "Why would life do this to me?" A monk nearby hears him and says, "The thorn did not come for you. It simply exists. You were the one who stepped upon it." This story reveals a quiet truth. Life is not personal. It is not for or against you. It simply is. The river flows, the wind blows, the rain falls. What we call good or bad are only our interpretations of the same unfolding reality. The awakened mind doesn't label the thorn as curse or blessing. It sees both the pain and the lesson. It removes the thorn gently, thanks the moment for the teaching, and continues walking wiser, lighter, freer. Acceptance is not weakness. It is strength beyond measure. It doesn't mean you give up. It means you give in to truth. It means you stop wasting energy fighting the present and begin channeling that energy toward awareness. The Buddha said, "Whatever has the nature of arising has the nature of ceasing." To accept this is to live in harmony with the pulse of existence, the rise and fall, the ebb and flow, the constant becoming and dissolving that defines all things. To resist this law is to fight the rhythm of life itself. To accept it is to dance. Imagine your life as an ocean. Some days the surface is calm. Some days the waves roar. The mind identifies with the surface and calls it chaos. But awareness, the deep ocean beneath, remains untouched, still infinite. You are not the waves. You are the water itself. When you remember this, the storms of thought and emotion lose their power. You can watch them rise and fall without drowning in them. You can meet joy and sorrow with the same open heart, knowing both are made of the same substance, impermanence. The deeper your awareness, the quieter the storm feels. A monk once said, "Enlightenment is the end of arguing with reality." Think about that. Every moment you spend resisting what is wishing it were different, comparing it to another, you distance yourself from peace. When you stop fighting reality, peace doesn't appear. It was always there. You simply stop covering it with noise. Try this practice. When something unexpected happens, pause and whisper inwardly, "Just this." Someone disappoints you, just this. The plan changes, just this. A door closes, just this. That simple phrase returns you to the present. It removes judgment and opens the mind to possibility. You stop reacting and start responding. You become a participant, not a victim. Over time, you begin to notice something miraculous. Acceptance doesn't make life dull. It makes it luminous. When you stop demanding perfection, You begin to see the sacred in the ordinary, the morning light, the sound of rain, the breath that enters your lungs, all become gateways to wonder. Because when you stop wishing for another moment, you finally arrive in this one. And this moment, fragile, fleeting, perfect, is the only one that has ever existed. Before you rest tonight, place your hand on your heart and say softly, I release the need to control what I cannot. I welcome what life brings, even when I don't understand it. I trust that peace lives in acceptance. Then breathe deeply and let everything be the noise, the silence, the joy, the ache. Don't fix it. Don't analyze it. Just let it all exist and notice that you are still here, aware, present, unbroken. This is liberation, not escaping the storm, but remembering you are the sky. Freedom is not found in changing life. It is found in saying yes to it, completely, courageously, lovingly. There comes a time when you realize that peace is not something you create. It is something you return to. Like a lake hidden beneath layers of fog, it was always there waiting for you to stop stirring the surface. The storms of thought, the winds of desire, the ripples of fear, they only obscure what has always been still. When you finally stop reaching for peace, you begin to rest in it. The Buddha said, "Peace comes from within. Do not seek it without." For many, these words sound beautiful but distant. We live in a world that trains us to search outward for success, validation, comfort, love. But all these pursuits, however noble, are like chasing reflections in water. The more you grasp, the further away they seem. Peace begins not when life becomes easy, but when the mind stops demanding that it should be. It begins when you stop treating the present moment as a problem to solve and start meeting it as a companion, even when it brings discomfort. There's an old teaching in Zen that says, "Sit down and be still until the mud settles and the water becomes clear." This is the heart of meditation, not to escape life, but to see it clearly. Imagine a jar filled with cloudy water. When it's shaken, everything swirls in confusion. But if you set it down and let it rest, the mud slowly sinks to the bottom and clarity returns. Your mind works the same way. The more you react, argue, and run, the more chaotic it becomes. But when you sit in stillness without forcing calm, the truth naturally rises. Peace is not created by effort. It is revealed by stillness. So the next time you feel overwhelmed, do not fight the chaos. Sit down, breathe, let the thoughts swirl, let the emotions roar, but remain the one who watches. Soon enough, you'll notice something. You were never the storm, you were the sky holding it. A monk once told his student, meditation is not about stopping thoughts. It's about learning not to be owned by them. Most people believe they are their thoughts. They say, "I am angry" or "I am anxious," as if those emotions define their identity. But in truth, you are not your anger. You are the awareness that sees anger. You are not your fear. You are the space that contains it. Thoughts are like birds flying through the sky. You cannot stop them from flying, but you can stop building nests for them. Let them come. Let them go. The moment you realize that you can watch a thought without being trapped by it, you take your first step toward freedom. Freedom of the mind is not achieved by suppression, but by observation. The Buddha taught Vipassana insight meditation as the art of seeing things as they are not as you wish them to be. When you see anger, you label it anger. When you see desire, you label it desire. Not with judgment, but with awareness. This simple act of naming creates space, a space wide enough for choice. That space is where peace lives. Between stimulus and reaction, between thought and response, there lies a silent witness. The more you rest there, the less you are controlled by impulse, and the more life begins to unfold with grace. A man once asked a monk, "How long should I meditate each day?" The monk replied, "Sit for 20 minutes. "And if I'm too busy," the man asked, "then sit for an hour." The monk said, "Busyness is not a sign of purpose. It is often a symptom of avoidance. We fill our days with movement to escape our own silence. But silence is not the enemy. It is the teacher we've been running from. In silence, you face yourself, not the version you show the world, but the one who has been quietly observing behind the mask. In that meeting, you find truth, and in truth, you find peace. Peace is not fragile. It is the strongest force in existence because it cannot be destroyed, only forgotten. It's what remains when every distraction falls away, when every story dissolves, when every identity is set down. Try this simple practice before sleep. Sit or lie down comfortably. Close your eyes and take a slow breath. Ask softly, "What in me is still even now?" Notice the heartbeat, the breath, the hum of life moving through you. Beneath all the noise, there is something untouched, vast, luminous, eternal. Rest there. That is your true home. A teacher once said, "You cannot find peace by rearranging the world. You find peace by remembering who you are. When you remember that the noise of the world loses its power, you stop reacting to every shout, every headline, every passing fear. You move through the world not as a victim, but as a vessel, carrying stillness wherever you go. This is what it means to live in peace. It doesn't mean you never feel anger or sadness. It means you don't cling to them. It means you trust that even the hardest moments are part of a larger unfolding one you don't need to control to be at peace within. Before you drift into sleep, place a hand on your chest and whisper, "I am safe in this moment. I am whole in this breath. I am peace itself, remembering my name." And as you breathe, feel the body soften, the mind quiet, the heart open. Because peace is not somewhere else. It is not something you find. It is what you are when you finally stop forgetting. In that remembrance, all searching ends, and what remains is silence, vast, alive, infinite, breathing through you, like the universe itself saying, "Welcome home." There is a silence so profound that it does not come after the noise, it lives beneath it. A silence that exists even in the middle of chaos, even in the rush of thought. Most of us spend our lives trying to find quiet outside of ourselves, but true stillness is never found by escaping sound. It is found by discovering the listener. When you truly listen without judgment or agenda, you begin to hear the music hidden inside all things, the hum of the refrigerator, the pulse of your heartbeat, the rhythm of your breath. This is not ordinary hearing. It is awareness itself. It is the recognition that beneath every sound, there is silence, and that silence is your own nature. In the Dhammapada, the Buddha said, "Better than 1,000 hollow words is one word that brings peace." And yet the deepest peace is not found in words at all. It is found in the space between them, in the pauses, the breaths, the wordless knowing that needs no explanation. The mind seeks answers. The heart, when awakened, seeks silence. A student once asked his master, "How can I hear the voice of truth?" The master said, "Be still enough to notice what never speaks." At first, the student tried to meditate in total silence, but the more he tried to quiet his mind, the louder it became. Frustrated, he said, "I cannot stop my thoughts." The master replied, "Then stop trying to stop them. Let them come, let them go. Listen beneath them." It was then the student realized that silence is not the absence of sound. It is the presence of awareness. Even when thoughts roar, awareness remains untouched, observing without being disturbed. You do not need to silence the mind to be free. You only need to stop identifying with it. Have you ever stood in a crowded market surrounded by noise and suddenly felt a strange calm, as if you were both inside and outside the moment? That calm is awareness peeking through. It doesn't reject the noise. It holds it. It allows the chaos to exist without becoming chaotic itself. This is the way of the awakened one. You can live in the world fully, laugh, cry, love, work, but inside there is a space that remains vast and untouched. The Buddha called this space nirvana, not as a distant realm, but as the cessation of agitation, the cooling of the fires of craving and aversion. It is the natural peace that arises when the mind no longer argues with what is. Imagine this: you are sitting by a river. The water rushes, birds call, leaves rustle. You close your eyes and listen. In time, something beautiful happens. You stop labeling the sounds. You no longer think, "That is a bird, that is water." You simply hear, and then deeper still, you notice something even quieter, the awareness that hears. It was there before the sounds began. It will be there after they fade. That awareness is you. Not your name, not your story. The pure consciousness that witnesses all change, but is itself unchanged. The moment you rest in that awareness, fear dissolves. Because what can be lost when you are the space in which everything comes and goes? The Buddha said, "In seeing just the seen, in hearing just the heard, in thinking just the thought." This is not detachment, it is intimacy. When you truly see without clinging, you meet reality directly. You stop filtering it through expectation or memory. You taste the raw, vivid now. Try it. Look around you at the light on the wall, the shadows it casts. Don't name them. Don't describe them. Just see. For a moment, let perception be pure. Notice how peace arises, not because the world changed, but because you stopped narrating it. The world doesn't need to become silent for you to find stillness. You only need to stop mistaking noise for meaning. A monk once said, "When I stopped trying to quiet the world, I began to hear the Dharma everywhere." The Dharma, the truth, is not hidden in scriptures alone. It speaks through everything, through the laughter of a child, through the wind against your window, through the ache in your chest when you miss someone. All of it is life calling you home to awareness. Even pain can be a bell of mindfulness. It rings, reminding you to return, to breathe, to soften, to listen again. The sound of the bell fades, but the awareness that heard it remains. That awareness is eternal. Before you sleep tonight, try this meditation of listening. Sit comfortably. Close your eyes. Listen to the sounds around you, the hum, the breath, the heartbeat. Don't label them. Don't resist them. Then listen for what is beneath the sound, that vast living silence. Notice how even when sound arises, silence is never disturbed. That silence is your essence, infinite, patient, untouched. Whisper softly to yourself, "I am not the sound. I am the silence that holds it. I am not the storm. I am the sky behind it. I am not the story. I am the stillness that remains." And as you rest in that knowing, the world becomes peaceful, not because it stops moving, but because you no longer move with every wave. You become like the mountain, unmoved yet alive, rooted in stillness, open to everything. This is not escape. It is awakening. It is the end of seeking and the beginning of simply being. And in that being there is a peace so vast that even silence bows before it. As the path deepens, you start to notice something profound. The more aware you become, the softer you grow. Awakening does not make you harder or more distant. It makes you tender, vulnerable, and unguarded. You stop needing to prove anything. You stop needing to defend yourself. You begin to realize that peace and strength are not opposites. They are born from the same quiet center. The Buddha once said, "Hatred does not cease by hatred, but only by love." This is the eternal law. For centuries, these words have been repeated, but few truly live them. Because love in the Buddhist sense is not emotion, it is understanding. It is the clear seeing that arises when the walls of judgment fall. To love through awareness is to see that even the person who harms others is suffering, that even the one who shouts is calling for peace. This doesn't mean you condone their actions. It means you recognize their humanity beneath their confusion. True compassion doesn't excuse it, understands. When you meet anger with anger, the fire grows. When you meet anger with clarity, it burns out on its own. There's an ancient story about two monks walking down a road. A traveler shouted insults at them. One monk became angry and shouted back. The other simply bowed his head and kept walking. When they reached the village, the angry monk asked, "How could you stay silent? Did his words not hurt you?" The other replied, "He gave me a gift of anger. I chose not to receive it." That is the power of inner strength, the freedom to choose your response. Peace does not mean passivity. It means mastery, the ability to act from clarity, not compulsion. To choose your words, your silence, your energy with awareness, not emotion. The one who controls others may be powerful, but the one who controls themselves is truly invincible. Try this reflection. The next time someone provokes you, pause. Before speaking, breathe deeply and ask yourself, what does this moment need, my reaction or my understanding? You will often find that silence says more than anger ever could. A calm gaze can be more powerful than 100 words. The storm outside you will always try to awaken the storm within you, but if you stay still long enough, you'll see that storms cannot last in an open sky. There's a term in Buddhism, upekkha equanimity. It means serenity in the face of both pleasure and pain. Not indifference, but balance. To be in the world, to care deeply, but not to be consumed by what you care for. Equanimity doesn't mean you don't feel. It means you feel everything, yet you remain free. Think of a candle flame. It flickers with the wind, but it never forgets its own light. That is the spirit of the one who has found inner balance, responsive but not reactive, compassionate but not attached. The world often confuses control with strength, but the Buddha's way teaches the opposite. True strength is surrender. It's the courage to release what no longer serves, to forgive when you could blame, to stay soft when life demands hardness. A strong mind protects, but a strong heart heals. When you begin to live from this space, forgiveness stops being a moral duty and becomes a natural expression of wisdom. You forgive not because others deserve it, but because you deserve peace. A disciple once said to his master, "I have been wronged deeply. How can I forgive?" The master replied, "When you understand that the hand that struck you was guided by pain, compassion will arise naturally. We do not heal through vengeance. We heal through understanding." Forgiveness does not erase the past. It releases its grip on the present. When you carry anger, you carry the very poison that was given to you. But when you forgive, you return it to the earth and walk lighter. Forgiveness, compassion and patience are not weaknesses. They are advanced practices of strength. To remain kind in a cruel world is not naive. It is revolutionary. The awakened ones do not withdraw from the world. They illuminate it. They know that every act of gentleness ripples outward a smile, a calm breath, a kind word. Even if unseen, it shifts the balance of the whole. Your peace does not stop with you. It teaches others silently. When a single person chooses to respond with love instead of anger, the world becomes slightly less dark. Try this before sleep. Recall one person or situation that caused you pain. Breathe deeply, and on each exhale, imagine releasing the story. The resentment, the weight, whisper softly, "I release this pain. I forgive you not to free you, but to free myself. May you be at peace. May I be at peace." Then rest in that spaciousness, the quiet that follows when the burden leaves. Forgiveness does not mean forgetting. It means remembering with compassion instead of bitterness. When you wake tomorrow, notice how much lighter you feel. Notice how naturally the breath moves. That is what freedom feels like. The Buddha once said, "Thousands of candles can be lit from a single flame, and the life of the candle will not be shortened." That is what happens when you live from love. Every kind act, every moment of compassion, every silent prayer for peace, they do not drain you. They multiply you. Love, when rooted in awareness, is endless. So let your peace shine quietly. Let it guide without forcing, heal without preaching. Be the calm presence that reminds others it is possible to be gentle and strong at once. That is the true path, not the path of escape, but the path of embodiment. And when you walk it, every step becomes a blessing. Every breath becomes a prayer. Every moment becomes sacred. There comes a moment after much searching where you stop asking, "How do I find peace?" and start wondering what within me keeps hiding it. Because peace has never left you. It is not a treasure buried deep in the mountains. It is the open sky you've been standing under all along. You have only been looking down, lost in the dust of your own thoughts. The Buddha said, "The mind is everything. What you think, you become." If your mind is crowded with fear, the world seems threatening. If it's filled with longing, the world feels incomplete. But when the mind grows clear like a still lake, everything reflects truthfully. You realize that nothing was missing, only your vision was clouded. The journey then is not one of acquiring peace, but of unlearning what obscures it, the stories, the attachments, the endless comparisons. The path is not forward, it is inward, and then beyond even that. A student once asked his master, "Where should I look to find enlightenment?" The master replied, "Look where you don't want to." We often avoid the very places that hold our freedom. We run from solitude, from sadness, from silence, not realizing they are the gateways. The door to peace is often hidden in the very room you fear to enter. When you finally turn toward what hurts with gentle awareness instead of judgment, you see that your pain was never an enemy. It was a messenger. It was saying, "Look here. Here is where you are still holding on." The wound becomes the way. Try this reflection. Think of one thing that you've been resisting, a memory, a feeling, a truth about yourself. Instead of pushing it away, sit quietly with it. Ask softly, "What are you trying to teach me?" Then listen, not with the mind that wants to analyze, but with the heart that knows how to feel. Sometimes the answer will come in words. Other times it will come as a quiet peace, as if the emotion itself has finally been seen and can now rest. Awareness is the medicine. What you accept begins to transform. A monk once told a traveler, "You can't wash away the mud by stirring the water." The traveler replied, "Then how do I clean it?" The monk smiled. "Stop stirring." We think healing means constant effort, more learning, more fixing, more striving. But true healing begins in stillness. It begins when you stop trying to force change and instead allow space for life to flow again. Stillness is not inactivity. It is receptivity. It is saying to the universe, "I'm ready to see clearly now." The Buddha compared the awakened mind to a mirror. It reflects everything, but holds on to nothing. When the mirror is dirty with opinions, fear, and desire, the reflection is distorted. But when you clean the surface through mindfulness and compassion, life reveals itself as it is pure, luminous, and fleeting. Ask yourself, what dust am I ready to wipe away today? Maybe it's the dust of self-doubt. Maybe it's the dust of blame. Maybe it's the belief that peace must be earned. Each time you wipe a little dust away, the light shines through a bit more. There is a Zen koan that asks, "What did your face look like before your parents were born?" At first it sounds absurd, but it points to something profound, the awareness that existed before identity, before memory, before name. Who are you before the stories, before the expectations, before I am this or I am that? When you rest in that question long enough, the mind falls silent. Because the answer cannot be spoken. It can only be experienced. You are not your past. You are not your future. You are not even your thoughts about this moment. You are the awareness in which all of these come and go. And that awareness is boundless, timeless, and free. A man once approached a sage and asked, "How can I live without fear?" The sage replied, "Stop trying to live without fear. Live with awareness of it. Courage is not the absence of fear. It is the wisdom to walk with it gently. Fear only grows in darkness. Bring it into the light of awareness, and it begins to fade. So the next time fear arises, don't push it away. Don't feed it with stories. Just notice it. Feel where it lives in your body. Breathe into that space. Let it speak, and when it's done, thank it for reminding you of your aliveness. Every emotion, when fully met, dissolves into the same silence it came from. This is the great paradox. The moment you stop trying to escape yourself, you find freedom. The moment you stop seeking peace, you discover you are peace. Freedom is not a destination. It is a recognition. Try this before sleep. Sit quietly, close your eyes, and take a deep breath. Ask softly, "If I stopped trying to fix myself, who would I be?" Notice the stillness that follows. Notice how it feels vast, gentle, infinite. That stillness is your true self. You don't have to become enlightened. You only have to stop pretending you aren't. The Buddha once said, "Within this very body and mind lies the whole universe." So tonight, let yourself rest in that truth. You are not a fragment. You are the whole ocean expressing itself as a wave. You are not a seeker looking for light. You are the light remembering itself. Whisper gently, "I release the search. I am home." Then rest in that awareness. No effort, no resistance, just being. And in that being, you will know what you have been seeking has always been you. As the journey nears its still center, you begin to see that the path you've walked was never leading anywhere but back to yourself. Every joy, every heartbreak, every silence, all were pointing to one truth. There is nothing outside of this present moment. You were never meant to reach peace as a goal. You were meant to awaken as peace itself. Life has never been your enemy. It was your teacher whispering through impermanence, shaping you through loss, polishing you through love. Each experience, even the painful ones, were hands sculpting the clay of your awareness. And when the sculpting feels harsh, remember the artist and the clay are one. The Buddha taught, as a lotus rises from muddy water, so too can a pure heart arise from suffering. It's not about escaping the mud, it's about using it. The mud is what nourishes the bloom. Without it, the flower would never grow. So when life feels heavy, when you are pulled into the darkness of confusion or fear, remember, you are not sinking, you are rooting. A monk once asked his teacher, "When will I find the light?" The teacher replied, "When you stop avoiding the dark." We are taught to fear our shadows, the sadness, the anger, the doubt. But what if the shadow is not a curse? What if it's simply the part of you that's waiting to be seen? In Buddhist psychology, there is a practice called metta bhavana, the cultivation of loving kindness. It begins not with others, but with yourself. You sit quietly and whisper, "May I be safe. May I be peaceful. May I be free from suffering." At first, these words may feel hollow, especially if you've spent years criticizing yourself. But over time, the heart begins to soften. The inner war quiets. You realize that compassion for others begins with compassion for the one who looks back at you in the mirror. You cannot offer the world what you have not yet offered yourself. Try this. Sit quietly and place your hand on your chest. Feel the rhythm of your heart. Now imagine that every heartbeat is saying to you, "I love you. I forgive you. I'm still here." Let that sink in. You don't need to earn your own love. It is your birthright. Every breath you take is the universe saying, "You belong." Self-compassion is not vanity. It is healing. When you stop treating yourself as a problem to fix, you create space for the divine to move through you naturally. In a Zen monastery, a young monk once wept before his teacher. "I have meditated for years," he said, "but my heart still feels restless." The teacher smiled and asked, "Who told you peace was the absence of restlessness? Peace, you see, is not the opposite of motion. It is the stillness within it. Like the eye of a hurricane, it doesn't fight the storm. It rests in its center. Your mind may never be completely quiet. Your emotions will continue to rise and fall. But peace doesn't depend on their silence. Peace is the awareness that watches them untouched. When you learn to rest in that awareness, you carry calm through chaos, grace through grief, clarity through confusion. There's a saying in the Theravada tradition, "When the mind is still, the world appears as it truly is, radiant, infinite, free." This stillness is not far away. It's right here in the pause between your breaths, in the space between one thought and the next. Pause for a moment. Feel that gap, that quiet interval that can never be measured. That is eternity touching time. That is the infinite glimpsing itself through you. The awakened heart no longer chases perfection. It knows that wholeness includes both light and shadow, both laughter and tears. It no longer says, "I must become good." It whispers instead, "I am already whole." This is the essence of Tathata suchness, seeing things exactly as they are without resistance or commentary. You stop dividing life into what should and shouldn't be. You let everything belong. Joy and sorrow, gain and loss, birth and death, all are seen as expressions of one unbroken reality. In that seeing, a quiet gratitude arises not for what is pleasant, but for what is true. Before you sleep tonight, practice this final meditation of belonging. Close your eyes. Take a slow, deep breath. Feel the body rise and fall. Then whisper softly, I belong to this moment. This breath, this silence. Nothing is missing. Nothing needs to be added. As you breathe, imagine all your past selves, the child, the dreamer, the wanderer, the one who fell, and the one who rose, all returning home, gathering inside you, embracing at last. Tell them you are safe now. You can rest. And in that tender stillness, notice how peace no longer feels like something you have to maintain. It simply is. When the Buddha was asked what he had gained from enlightenment, he replied, nothing at all. Then he smiled and said, but let me tell you what I have lost: anger, fear, and confusion. That is the final freedom. Not in gaining something new, but in shedding what was never you. The leaves fall, the river flows, the mind quiets, and what remains is the simplest truth. You are not becoming peace. You are remembering that you were peace all along. Breathe deeply. Smile softly. You have already arrived. In the very end, there is no end. The path of awakening is not a finish line you cross, but a circle that keeps widening, a rhythm, a return. You start the journey searching for peace, as if it were somewhere far away. Then one day, after countless steps, you pause, take a breath, and realize you have been walking inside peace all along. Everything that has ever happened, the losses, the joys, the silences, was never leading you elsewhere. It was guiding you deeper into the only place you can ever truly live this moment. Right here, right now. The Buddha once said, within this very fathom-long body and mind lies the world, the arising of the world, the ceasing of the world, and the path leading to the cessation of the world. He was pointing not to the stars, not to the heavens, but to you, to the miracle of awareness that sees, breathes, feels, and loves. When you realize this, the search ends. You are not on the path. You are the path. There's a story of a young monk who climbed to the top of a mountain to ask the master, what is enlightenment? The master smiled and said, chop wood, carry water. At first, the monk didn't understand. He thought enlightenment meant leaving ordinary life behind. But in time, he discovered the truth. Enlightenment is not an escape from life. It's intimacy with it. It's washing the bowl completely, walking the path, fully drinking tea without distraction. Every breath can be meditation. Every act, no matter how small, can be sacred when done with presence. When you wake in the morning, notice the light on your face. When you drink water, feel gratitude that you can drink. When you walk, know the earth is holding you. This is the great teaching that the sacred hides in the simple. The awakened mind does not separate the holy from the ordinary. It sees God in the falling leaf, Buddha in the beggar's eyes, eternity in the pause between two heartbeats. To live awake is to walk slowly enough to notice, to see with eyes that are no longer veiled by hurry or fear. You stop seeking miracles because you start realizing everything is one. The bird's song, your breath, the laughter of a child, the ache in your chest, all part of the same eternal pulse. And in that knowing, you soften. You no longer wish to conquer the world. You wish to care for it. A monk once asked, how does the enlightened one live among the people? The master replied, like a mirror reflecting all, clinging to none. That is how freedom moves through the world, without resistance, without ownership, without effort. You love, but you do not bind. You act, but you do not attach. You speak, but you do not defend. When you live this way, you discover a new kind of power, quiet, grounded, unstoppable. Not the power that dominates, but the power that harmonizes, the strength to bless rather than to control. At the end of the Buddha's life, his disciples asked, "Master, what should we do when you are gone?" He replied, "Be a light unto yourselves. That light is not a flame you must ignite. It is already burning within you. The same light that guided the Buddha, the same awareness that animates all life, it shines in you. Now quietly, patiently, waiting to be remembered. When you live in that light, you no longer need to follow others blindly. You listen deeply to your own awareness, to the still voice within that says, 'This is right, this is kind, this is enough.' The outer teacher points to the inner one. The Dharma begins as guidance and ends as realization. Try this. Sit quietly. Feel your breath enter and leave. With each inhale, whisper, 'I am here.' With each exhale, whisper, 'I am free.' Repeat until the words dissolve and only the breath remains. Then rest in the knowing that presence and freedom are not two, they are one and the same. You don't have to hold on to peace. You only have to stop leaving it. When you wake tomorrow, walk gently through your day. Smile at strangers. Listen more than you speak. Give without keeping score. Forgive before being asked. Every act of kindness is a prayer. Every moment of awareness is enlightenment in motion. Do not wait for another life to awaken. This is the moment the Buddha promised you. This is the paradise the scriptures described. It is not in heaven, it is here in this breath, this heartbeat, this stillness that holds you as you are. And when the night comes again, when the stars rise and the world grows quiet, close your eyes and whisper, "I am the sky, vast open and at peace. All clouds come and go, but I remain." Then let go of the day, its stories, its striving, its noise. Let the body rest. Let the mind dissolve. Let the heart expand until it holds the whole world. In that final stillness, you will understand nothing is ever truly lost, because nothing was ever separate. The seeker disappears. The path dissolves. Only awareness remains. Only peace. Only love. Only this.